Chapter 2807. You. In front of the shabby wooden house, the village chief stared at Yang Kai in shock. His mouth opened and closed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't even speak properly. After a night, he found out that Anyo had become a real wizard's disciple. A wizard's disciple. He had worked hard all his life to become a wizard's disciple, but he didn't expect Anyo to achieve it in just one night. In comparison, he felt like he had lived a dog's life. He could feel that Yang Kai's blood was extremely vigorous. The wizard's power lingered around his body, and it seemed that he was more than twice as strong as a wizard's disciple. Village chief, time is of the essence. Let's not talk nonsense. If you have any special skills, quickly teach me. Yang Kai walked straight into the village chief's wooden house. He had been in the village for 3 days, and there were only 2 days left. Naturally, he had to hurry up. The village chief was stunned for a moment, but he followed him in. The two of them spent the whole morning teaching. In addition to teaching Yang Kai a few wizard skills, the village chief also explained to him the division of wizard's power. Yesterday, Yang Kai had just activated the power of a wizard and received the recognition of the barbarian god. Strictly speaking, he wasn't a real wizard, but today he was a real wizard's disciple and also a wizard's beginner. Above the wizard's disciple, there was the wizard, then the wizard, the great wizard, the wizard king, the wizard saint, and the highest realm was the wizard god. Every realm was further divided into upper, middle, and lower ranks. For example, the village chief was a mid-rank wizard's disciple, but today, Yang Kai was a real high-rank wizard's disciple. He was 1 rank higher than the village chief. He was only 1 step away from becoming a wizard. After becoming a wizard, he could learn more powerful wizard skills. Unfortunately, the village chief didn't know how to teach him, so naturally he couldn't teach him. According to the village chief, the most powerful wizard god was only a legend among the many realms. It had not appeared for many years. There were a few wizard saints, but they were all in the most powerful tribes. Sangnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. The most powerful wizard in the tribe was only a wizard king, which was 1 realm lower than the wizard saint. After a whole morning of teaching, Yang Kai not only learned more ancient characters, but also gained a deeper understanding of the ancient world. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had learned bloodthirst. This was Yang Kai's first harvest in this secret realm. The wizard training method that he had learned yesterday was of no value. It only allowed him to cultivate in this world. Once he left this secret realm, the cultivation method would become useless. Sometimes the bloodthirsty technique could be used. However, the village chief had also said that the bloodthirst technique he had grasped was only the lowest level of bloodthirst technique, not to mention the short duration. The aftereffects were also very serious. The bloodthirst technique that the great wizard of the big tribes had mastered was much better than his. Although there would be aftereffects, it would not make people weak for a few days. However, using that kind of bloodthirst technique required a lot of power as support. At noon, Yang Kai walked out of the village chief's house. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to improve, but the village chief had nothing to teach him, other than those ancient characters. The village chief had already taught him everything he had learned in his life. Yang Kai had digested everything in one go, which made the village chief feel like he was a celestial being. From now on, come here every day to learn for 2 hours. You will have to rely on your own efforts to cultivate. I have nothing else to teach you. When the village chief sent Yang Kai out, his tone was a little lonely, but also a little gratified. Although no matter which era it was, the new generation would replace the old generation. Yang Kai's outstanding performance still made the village chief feel that he was incompetent and powerless. Waves of painful shouts and screams entered his ears. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that the village was under attack again. When he looked up, he found that he was thinking too much. He saw that in the spacious area of the village, there were many barbarian people who were in extremely strange positions. It was even more shameful for humans. Their muscles were trembling nonstop, and large drops of sweat rolled down their skin, wetting the ground. Under all kinds of positions, these barbarian people seemed to be persevering with great difficulty. From time to time, they would let out 1 to 2 screams, but they were still persevering. Yang Kai's eyesight was outstanding. With a glance, he could tell that this was a kind of body refining technique. He immediately walked over with some surprise. Although he didn't know what kind of effect this kind of body refining technique would have, he knew that this body refining technique was definitely not ordinary by looking at the physique of the barbarian people in the village. Anyo, who was bending his body into the shape of a bow, suddenly shouted when he saw Yang Kai coming over. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. His bent body suddenly bounced up and flew more than 10 feet away. He heavily hit a big tree and spat out blood. Yang Kai was shocked. He quickly walked over and helped Ahu up. "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ahu grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be used to it. "Congratulations. I heard from the village chief that you have activated the power of a wizard." "It was just a fluke." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Who shook his head. "This is not a fluke, but a gift from the barbarian god." He patted Yang Kai's shoulder heavily and said, "Anyo, you are a wizard, so you will be the next village chief. Practice hard. The future of the village depends on you." Yang Kai responded with a few words with a wry smile, thinking that he was going to leave in 2 days. How could he have a future? But Yang Kai did not say much in front of the characters in the illusion. He changed the topic and said, "I see that you are practicing," Who said. "Yes, do you want to practice with us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, but I don't know how to do it." "Come on, I will teach you." Ahu was very enthusiastic. He pulled Yang Kai to join the practice army, laughing very happily. Nyo was really different. After receiving the favor of the barbarian god, he really changed. In the past, Ahu wanted to ask him to practice with him, but he was rejected every time. It seemed that he would rather hide in his house than communicate with the villagers. But today, Anyo took the initiative to practice, so Ahu was naturally overjoyed. Although Anyo was a wizard, a strong body was still the foundation. Then, Ahu began to teach Yang Kai how to practice. These barbarians were not wizards, so they did not have the power of a wizard. Their practice was naturally aimed at the physical body. In other words, they were practicing the physical body. Ahu explained to Yang Kai the various postures of this body-tempering secret art to the surrounding barbarians who were using all kinds of strange postures. Yang Kai naturally memorized everything. The role of the physical body was not only important in the ancient barbarians, but also in today's world. Most of the cultivator today only focused on the improvement of their cultivation, but they ignored the refinement of their physical body. They did not know that the physical body was the carrier of all power. Only when the physical body was strong could they exert more power. Yang Kai himself benefited from a strong physical body, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. In less than half an hour, Kai Yang had completely mastered the barbarian body secrets. He was shocked. Although he did not practice it himself, the body refining technique was undoubtedly a very advanced body refining technique. Did the ancient barbarians use this kind of technique to refine their bodies? No wonder they were all as strong as dragons and tigers. It did not matter whether this place was an illusion or not, or whether the people and things he met were illusions. The body refining technique alone was enough to make Yang Kai's trip worthwhile. Yang Kai's physical body was indeed strong. The body refining technique did not give him much room for improvement. But what about the disciples of the High Heaven Palace? What about his friends and family, who were still in the territory of the hometown star? If they practiced the body refining technique, Their physical attributes would definitely improve by a few levels. It would also be easier for them to improve their cultivation. After testing it himself, Yang Kai was even more certain of his guess. The body refining technique was really not to be underestimated. Even with his current physical body, he still felt a little tired when he practiced it. While his whole body was aching, his body seemed to have become more condensed. He spent the whole afternoon practicing. When night fell, many of the barbarians returned home exhausted. Ahu warmly invited Yang Kai to his house. Yang Kai thought that since he did not have any food at home, he might as well go to Ahu's house to eat and drink. He immediately nodded and agreed. For the next 2 days, Yang Kai repeated the same life. In the morning, he would go to the village chief's house to learn the ancient language. After that, he would train his body with Ahu and the others. At night, he would return to his wooden house to meditate and train. Without the supplement of the monster beast's flesh and blood essence and inner core, Yang Kai's training speed slowed down. After 2 whole days, he still could not cross the threshold of wizard. However, it did not matter. It was already the 5th day, and the 1-month deadline was almost up. It was time to say goodbye to this world. He sat in his wooden house and did not want to see anyone, waiting to be expelled from this world. 3 days later, Ahu came to knock on the door. Not long after, the door opened. Yang Kai looked at him with his blood-red eyes. "Anyo, why haven't you appeared for a few days? The village chief asked me to ask about the situation. Everyone is very worried about you." Behind Ahu, hundreds of villagers stood there neatly. Even and I, who was angered to tears by Yang Kai that night, was standing in the crowd. Her beautiful eyes were full of worry. "Did something happen?" Ahu asked nervously. "Nothing. I'm practicing the wizard skills that the village chief passed to me. Sorry for the trouble." Yang Kai squeezed out a smile. Ahu was relieved. "That's good. We thought—" "Oh, right. The village chief said that he wants to go to the canyon to bring back the dead beasts. He needs you to lead the way. It's going to snow soon. If we don't go now, we won't be able to leave the village." "Okay, you go first. I'll follow you later," Yang Kai replied and closed the door. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai roared in his heart. Chapter 2808. A month had passed, but he was still here. This was impossible. Lan Sun had said before that the 5-colored treasure pagoda could only be opened for a month. Once the time limit was up, the entrance would close, and the entire 5-colored treasure pagoda would produce an irresistible repulsive force, repelling any cultivator who entered. In other words, as long as the time limit was up, no matter where Yang Kai and the others were, they would return to Star Soul Palace. But in fact, 3 days had passed, and Yang Kai didn't feel the repulsive force of this world at all. Over the past 3 days, Yang Kai had tried various methods in the house, but he couldn't leave. After thinking about it, he felt that either there was a problem with the 5-colored treasure pagoda, or he was trapped in this sealed world. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the foundation of Star Soul Palace and had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. If there was a problem with it, it would have happened long ago. So, the latter was more likely. Was there something special about this sealed world? Why had he been intercepted and left behind? However, after 3 days of thinking, Yang Kai gradually calmed down. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the wealth of Star Soul Palace, and now that he had fallen into it, Star Soul Palace would definitely make some efforts. If the elders were powerless, the great emperors would definitely take action themselves, so it was useless to worry about his situation now. It was better to wait for outside help while looking for a way out. After packing up, Yang Kai followed Ahu and the others out of the village. The canyon was more than 100 kilometers away from the village. Last time, Yang Kai had chased them for a full day before arriving. Although he didn't have to rush this time, he couldn't delay. Once the snow closed off the mountain, these barbarians would find it difficult to move. Under the leadership of Yang Kai, a group of more than 100 people finally arrived in front of the canyon before evening. Kai Yang's forward steps suddenly came to a halt, and he raised his hand up high. The hundreds of villagers following behind him stopped in their tracks like a well-trained army. For a moment, there was silence, but after such a long journey, they were all out of breath. Ahu came up and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" "There's someone," Yang Kai replied. Tiger's expression changed. "Are you sure?" "Ooh." Every barbarian here was an expert in jungle survival. They had the superior instinct of a wild beast when it came to tracking and counter-tracking. Who didn't notice anything unusual here, but he didn't dare to take it lightly when Yang Kai said it so seriously. There were no footprints left on the snow. However, it was also possible that it was covered by today's small snowflakes. Yang Kai tilted his head and gestured to a woman in the crowd. Hua immediately took off the bow on her back and ran towards the side wall of the canyon as fast as the wind. Soon she disappeared. The group of people stood in place and waited for a long time before Hua walked back against the biting cold wind. She said with a serious face, "There is indeed someone. There was a bonfire deep in the canyon. It's impossible to count the number of people. It's too dark." Ahu said angrily, "People from other tribes must have found the dead, ferocious beasts here. Damn it, if only they had come here a few days earlier." The barbarians didn't coexist peacefully. Instead, there were often conflicts, especially when it came to fighting for food. There were 300 ferocious beasts killed by Yang Kai in the canyon. This was a large amount of materials, enough for a village to eat for a whole winter. "I hope they are also from the southern barbarian tribe. We can negotiate with them. You wait here, I'll go, and see what's going on." Saying this, Ahu was about to walk into the canyon. Sangnan village belonged to the southern barbarian tribe. If they were all from the southern barbarian tribe, it would be easy to negotiate. "Wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "Don't trouble yourself." Ahu looked at him curiously. Yang Kai gently took a breath and slightly raised his hand. There was an ancient and rough language in his mouth, and there was a weak power fluctuating in his body. In the next moment, the air in front of Yang Kai suddenly rippled, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. As the ripples spread out, a translucent image suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The image seemed to be facing the entrance of the canyon. Under the control of Yang Kai, the image kept moving inwards. Eagle Eye Skill. Ahu's eyes lit up. This was the village head's Eagle Eye Skill. This magical wizard skill could give the user an eagle's vision, which was most suitable for reconnaissance. Didn't Nyo just become a wizard a few days ago? He even learned such a brilliant wizard skill. No wonder the village head said that the village had a successor, and everything in the future depended on Nyo. Hundreds of villagers stood behind Yang Kai. All of them were inexplicably excited, and their eyes were full of worship. The Eagle Eye Skill silently continued to move into the canyon. Wherever it passed, everything was clear at a glance. When Yang Kai pushed his eagle eye into the interior of the canyon, he saw the light of a dozen bonfires in front of him. Beside each bonfire, there were 7 or 8 burly barbarian race people gathered. Above the bonfires were roasted golden beast meat. The barbarian race people were all smiling and talking cheerfully. Ahu and the others' eyes suddenly turned red. The meat was originally the property of Sangnan village, but now it was taken by a group of people who came out of nowhere. The hatred of stealing food was irreconcilable. Hua's face slightly changed. She whispered, "They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe." She saw the ferocious patterns painted on the barbarians' faces. "They are from the Wrathful Flame tribe." Ahu's face also became a little ugly. "Why are they a group of barbarians?" Yang Kai leisurely glanced at him. In his heart, he thought, "In my eyes, you are no different. How dare you call others barbarians?" At this moment, beside a bonfire, a burly figure suddenly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes like dancing flames, stared straight at the eagle-eye skill. In the eyes of the villagers of Tsangnan village, this barbarian seemed to be staring at them. They could not help but feel a little creepy. Humph! The burly man suddenly snorted coldly. He suddenly pointed forward with a crutch in his hand. The next moment, the eagle-eye skill was directly broken, and the air in front of Yang Kai burst into a ball of fire. We are discovered. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That is their wizard. Ahu's face was livid. In this desolate area, not only did they run into the Raging Flame tribe, they even had a powerful shaman accompanying them. This was bad news for the villagers. Among the barbarian tribes, the Wrathful Flame tribe was the third most ferocious tribe, second only to the Bone-Eating tribe and the Blood-Flowing tribe. Nyo, let's quickly retreat, Ahu hurriedly said. Although the villagers of Tsangnan village were strong, they did not have much confidence in fighting against the Wrathful Flame tribe. After all, they had been on the road for a day, while the Wrathful Flame tribe had been waiting for exhaustion. There was a huge difference in physical strength. Most importantly, Anyo was still with them. He was the future hope of the village, and they could not afford to lose him. Therefore, the smartest thing to do now was to quickly leave. As long as they could protect Anyo, what did it matter if they gave up the food? It's too late. Yang Kai shrugged and raised his head to look at both sides of the canyon. A group of villagers followed his line of sight and looked up. Their hearts immediately sank. On the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, there were suddenly more than a dozen figures, all of them holding bows and arrows, aiming in their direction. However, the other side did not immediately shoot, presumably to let the villagers of Tsangnan village know the difficulties and retreat. Although the Wrathful Flame tribe was aggressive, they were not as ferocious as the Bone-Eating tribe. If they had encountered the Bone-Eating tribe this time, they would have already been rained down with arrows. The Bone-Eating tribe was a tribe that even barbarians were treated as food. They were an anomaly among the barbarians. If they did not have a powerful wizard saint holding the fort, they would have long been annihilated by the other barbarians. Ahu and the other archers reacted quickly. When they sensed that they had been targeted from afar, they immediately spread out and drew their bows, preparing to counterattack. However, whether it was in terms of numbers or the location of their counterattack, there was a huge gap between them and the other side. If they really fought this battle, Tsangnan village would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Since the other side is so enthusiastic, let's go meet them. Yang Kai grinned and suddenly raised a finger. A white light jumped out from his fingertip. Wizard! Someone on the cliffs on one side of the canyon exclaimed in surprise. In ancient times, there were very few wizards. Any wizard was a valuable asset to the barbarians. So when they saw Yang Kai use the wizard's abilities, the archers of the Wrathful Flame tribe frowned. Killing a few ordinary villagers because of disputes was not a big deal. Countless barbarians died because of internal strife every year, but if a wizard died at their hands, then the situation was different. It was very likely that it would incur the wrath of the Wizard King or Wizard Saint. The only ones who could kill a wizard were fellow wizards. I want to see your leader, Yang Kai shouted, his voice echoing at the entrance of the canyon. The Wrathful Flame tribe did not dare to ignore a wizard's request. Immediately, someone rushed down from the cliffs and went deep into the canyon. It seemed that he was asking for instructions. Soon, the archers on both sides of the cliff withdrew. Instead, a tall figure came out from the entrance of the canyon. He was alone, but there was no fear on his face. He went straight to Yang Kai and the other barbarians. A fierce aura suddenly hit them in the face. Tiger snorted and stood beside Yang Kai. He and the barbarian warrior stared at each other like two big bastards. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. Yang Kai patted Tiger's shoulder and signaled him to calm down. He smiled at the barbarian warrior and said, "Hello, friend from the Wrathful Flame tribe. I want to see your leader." The barbarian warrior moved his eyes away from Tiger and looked down at Yong Kai standing in front of him. He was somewhat surprised. "Are you their wizard?" "It's the real deal." The barbarian warrior frowned. "How can you be so weak?" Chapter 2809. Even if he was a wizard, he shouldn't be so weak. The young man in front of him looked like a child. His arms and legs were thin, and his body was crooked. He could probably kill him with a single finger. Anyo's strength is not something you can understand. Tiger sneered. Many villagers also looked at the barbarian warrior with sarcasm. They used to think that Anyo was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. He was even weaker than those 13 or 14-year-old children. However, the invasion of the beast tide a few days ago made them change their view of Anyo. Nyo's terrifying fighting power and invincible bravery made them unable to look up to him. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that such strength could be hidden under such a body. The barbarian warrior of the Furious Flame tribe sneered. Apparently, he didn't think that Tiger's words had any deterrence. He just turned around and said, "Master Ya is waiting for you inside. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Yong Kai stepped forward to keep up with him. Hundreds of villagers also followed closely behind. Tiger and the others entered the canyon and looked around. They saw that the archers of the Furious Flame tribe were still on both sides of the cliff. They were like shadows following them. The archers never put down their bows. Apparently, they were warning everyone. However, if they acted rashly, they would be met with a strong attack. Not long after, a group of people walked into the deepest part of the canyon. Under the illumination of the fire, hundreds of people of the Furious Flame tribe looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. The barbarian warrior who led the way came to a bonfire and whispered something to a burly barbarian who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. The barbarian raised his eyes slightly and looked at Yong Kai and the villagers behind him. This was the wizard of the other side. Yong Kai had seen him in the Eagle Eye before, so he naturally recognized him at a glance. He quietly looked at Yong Kai. His eyes flashed with an unconcealable look of amazement. Obviously, like the previous barbarian, he felt that Yong Kai looked too weak. The wizard of the Furious Flame tribe didn't pay much attention to the cultivation of physical strength. They spent most of their time in meditation. Therefore, their physical quality was certainly inferior to the other tribes. However, it was the first time that you had seen someone as delicate as Yong Kai. "How should I address you?" You looked at him seriously for a while and asked, "Anyo." Yong Kai smiled. His expression was neither servile nor overbearing. "So, Wizard Awesome, may I ask what brings you here?" Yong Kai replied, "I'm here to retrieve my loot." Fong frowned. "Your loot?" Yong Kai pointed with his hand. "The ones you're roasting over the bonfire, and the ones over there are my spoils of war." Many of the Raging Flame tribe's tribesmen who were looking at Yong Kai with ridicule on their faces suddenly stood up and glared at Yong Kai as if they wanted to beat him to death right here and now. You frowned, then laughed. "Are you saying that these dead beasts are your spoils of war? What evidence do you have?" Yong Kai shrugged. "There probably isn't any special evidence." He paused for a moment before continuing. "A few days ago, our village was attacked by a beast tide. The villagers managed to repel the beast tide with great difficulty, so I chased them to this valley and killed them all. Unfortunately, I couldn't take the food with me, so I could only go back to ask for help. I didn't expect that you would be one step ahead of me." Ya's expression suddenly became very interesting. He looked at Yong Kai in amazement. "You just said that you chased them here alone, and then kill all these beasts?" "Yes." Yong Kai nodded and added, "Yes, there was also a savage beast." "There was also a savage beast?" Ya's expression became even more interesting. "Ha ha ha ha." The people of the Raging Flame tribe suddenly burst into laughter, as if they had heard the best joke in the world. You couldn't help but laugh as he kept shaking his head. If Yong-kai and the other villagers had defeated the beasts in this valley, it was still reasonable. But he actually said that he had killed more than 300 beasts, and a savage beast alone. Even the slightest rational people wouldn't believe such words. The barbarian warrior who had led Yong-kai and the others suddenly looked at Ahu sarcastically. "Is your wizard a fool? What did you say? Say it again." Ahu suddenly became angry. The wizard was the leader of the village. Any wizard was the supreme symbol of the village. Insulting a wizard was equal to insulting the village and the tribe that the wizard belonged to. How could Ahu and the others bear this? "Ahu!" Yong-kai shouted and shook his head at him. Ahu clenched his teeth and swallowed his anger. "Well, I probably know why you came here." You smiled calmly. Apparently, he had met many young people who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth like Yong-kai. "Well, since you are fellow tribesmen and have come from afar, I won't embarrass you." He turned to the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe and said, "Give them 10 beasts and let them go." Although the barbarian warrior was very reluctant, since the wizard had spoken, he had no right to refuse. He could only do as he was told. 10. Master Ya is very generous. Yong-kai smiled, but didn't appreciate it. "Young man, don't challenge my patience." Ya's expression suddenly became serious. "You should be familiar with the name of the Raging Flame tribe. If I was young, you would be lying on the ground now. So quit while you're ahead." Yong-kai nodded and said, "Master Ya's teachings, Anyo will always remember them. But I insist that Master Ya should return all my trophies. These things don't belong to you." When he finished, he looked at Ya with burning eyes. Ya stood up and cast a shadow on Yong-kai. He looked down at him and said, "You're asking for trouble." The two wizards suddenly started to fight. Naturally, the villagers also reacted. The sound of arrows clanging was heard. All the archers pulled their bowstrings and aimed at the strongest warriors of the other side. Tiger and the others also took out the stone axes and stone spears from their waists. Hot air was coming out of their nostrils. They were ready to fight. A war was about to break out. "You will die," you said in a cold voice. "You won't have it easy either." Yong-kai smiled. It seemed that he didn't care who would live and who would die in the end. "Do you insist on fighting? I told you that these were my spoils of war, but you didn't believe me and were only willing to give me 10. But you know the truth. When you came here, these beasts had already been dead for a few days, so they don't belong to you." You said angrily, "They are ownerless. They belong to whoever finds them." "Master is here. Evidence." Yong-kai said, "I can't prove it." You sneered. Before he could say anything, Yong-kai said again, "Then there is only one way in front of us. That is to solve this dispute in the wizard's way under the witness of the barbarian god." You narrowed his eyes and looked at Yong-kai in disbelief. "Are you challenging me?" Yong-kai smiled and said, "This is the only solution. Do you want to see both sides' clansmen fight to the death? Winter is coming. If our people are hurt, I'm afraid that this winter will not be good." You thought for a while and nodded. "It's as you said, but—" He grinned. "Do you think you can win? We haven't fought yet, who knows?" Yong-kai chuckled. "Well, since you insist, the wizard Ya, accept your challenge in the name of the barbarian god." Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Back off." Hearing this, many barbarians of the Furious Flame tribe put away their weapons and stepped back. Yong-kai turned back and said, "You guys step back too." Tiger and others looked at Yong-kai worriedly. Although they were confronting Yong-kai just now, they heard clearly what he said. Although they had never seen the wizard's duel, they were not unfamiliar with it. It was a sacred battle under the witness of the barbarian god. One's life and reputation were at stake. The winner could take all the fruits of victory, and the loser usually had a miserable ending. Tiger opened his mouth. He wanted to persuade Yang Kai, but he knew that it was useless now. Since the wizard had accepted Yang Kai's challenge, this battle was inevitable. Once he flinched, it would be a blasphemy to the barbarian god. No one could tolerate such behavior. Thousands of words turned into one sentence. Be careful. Yang Kai nodded and gave him a look that said, Don't worry. Tiger and others were worried. How could they not be worried? Just a few days ago, Yang Kai was still a useless wizard. Although his performance during the Beast Tide was extremely amazing, and later he became a noble wizard, after all, it was just a short time. On the other hand, the wizard was not as old as the village chief, but he was in the prime of his life. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than that of the village chief. Did Nyo have a chance of winning? Unlike the villagers of Songnan village who were worried, the villagers of the Furious Flame tribe were relaxed. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and pointed at Yang Kai. Their faces were full of sarcasm, as if they were laughing at Yang Kai for overestimating himself. People with discerning eyes could see that this wizard Nyo could not be the opponent of Master Ya. He would definitely have a miserable ending. Soon, the field was cleared. In the depths of the canyon, only Yang Kai and Ya were standing face to face, about 10 feet apart. This distance was often used by wizard duels. The biting cold wind was blocked by the two sides of the canyon, but it was accompanied by the sound of a horn. The bonfires around them were crackling. Ya smiled and said, Wizard Nyo, I am an intermediate wizard. Judging from your aura, you should be just an apprentice wizard, right? Yang Kai replied, Master Ya, you have a good eye. The village chief said that I am now an advanced wizard apprentice. Ya nodded. Your courage is commendable, and you are still very young. If you practice hard, you may have a better future. Unfortunately, you are too arrogant. Yang Kai said, Master Ya, if you want to lecture me, we will have time later. If you don't, then I will. Ya sneered. Obviously, he did not want to bully the weak. Clearly, he wanted to let Yang Kai make the first move. Since this was the case, Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. He moved his feet and rushed toward Ya like a whirlwind. Ya's sarcastic expression immediately froze on his face. What the hell? Why did he rush over? Chapter 28:10. The barbarians' battle had always been known to be simple and violent. Bravely moving forward was their instinct, but that was only limited to ordinary barbarians. The battle between wizards was not a battle of brute force, but a battle of one's own cultivation and the wizard's skills. When he agreed to this wizard's challenge, Ya had already thought of several ways to defeat him in an instant. He was just an upper-level wizard, and he couldn't do anything to him. Whether it was in terms of level or combat experience, this wizard couldn't be compared to him at all. So when you saw Yang Kai rushing straight at him, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Wasn't he a wizard? Why didn't he use wizard skills? Why was he acting like an ordinary barbarian? The sudden shock made him hesitate for a moment, but in the end, he was an experienced mid-level wizard. Ya quickly came back to his senses. His mouth spoke an ancient and rough language, and the wooden staff in his hand gently waved forward. The air in front of him suddenly rippled and turned into a solid and transparent shield in front of him. Then he didn't stop and pointed his staff forward. A fireball the size of a wash basin burst out and rushed toward Yang Kai. He won. The two simplest wizard skills, one for defense and one for attack, perfectly demonstrated Ya's super ability as a wizard. That fireball was impossible to resist even for a low-level wizard. So this upper-level wizard could only regret. Ya stood there calmly, with a mocking expression in his eyes. He was quietly enjoying the scene of Wu Nyo being defeated by him. When the fireball shot out, the villagers of Songnan village all cried out in alarm. Everyone's face was filled with worry and dread. who opened his mouth to shout out a warning, but Kai Yong turned a deaf ear to him and went straight to meet the fireball. There was a loud bang. When the fireball burst out, the valley was illuminated, and everyone couldn't open their eyes. The hearts of the hundreds of villagers of Songnan village suddenly sank to the bottom. It's over, it's over. Anyo is over. How could he survive being hit by such a big fireball? The future hope of Songnan village had fallen just like that. Tiger clenched his fists. He blamed himself in his heart. He should have stopped the duel between Anyo and the wizard Ya, even if he had to take the risk of blaspheming the barbarian god. At least it was better than him losing his life. A moment later, Ahu and the others regained their vision. When they looked at Ya angrily, their eyes suddenly widened as if they had seen a ghost. A few of the villagers rubbed their eyes hard, trying to see more clearly. As for the originally gloating Raging Flame tribes members, their expressions suddenly changed as they were startled. He saw Ya standing stiffly in the same place. Wu Nyo, who should have died under the huge fireball, actually rushed in front of him and looked at him with a smile. Anyo didn't have any serious injuries on his body. Only his hair seemed to be burned a little. Master Fong, I think I won. What do you say? Yang Kai looked up at Fong with a smile. Fong's face slightly twitched a few times. He couldn't understand how such a scene could happen. His fireball should have hit the other side. How did he dodge? But if he were to admit defeat, the battle has just begun. Fong growled, his mouth once again echoing with the ancient and rough language. He lifted his crutch and pointed it at Yang Kai. But this time he didn't have the chance to release the wizard spell. Just as he lifted his crutch, Yang Kai threw a punch. The magical shield in front of Fang's began to distort. It was like a squash balloon. The terrible power quickly exceeded the limit of the wizard shield, and it shattered. Fang's eyes widened in a split second, his whole body cold. Yang Kai closed the distance. The reason why he didn't dodge and insisted on releasing the wizard spell was that he had absolute confidence in his wizard shield. He believed that this wizard couldn't break his wizard shield, so he stood there honestly. But who knew that the wizard shield that he was so proud of couldn't even take a punch from the opponent? The wizard spell just now was not wrong. How could it be so weak? Boom! The fist hit his face. Fong's face was distorted in an instant. At the same time, his body, which was almost half the size of Yang Kai, flew high like a kite and landed heavily on the ground, making a sound. Before he could stand up, Yang Kai had rushed in front of him like a cheetah. One hand grabbed his neck, the other hand raised high, clenched into a fist, and grinned. Master Fong, do you want to admit defeat? Or do you want me to beat you until you admit defeat? The body that was supposed to be weak and small suddenly became as majestic as a towering mountain in Fong's vision. You cheater! Fong shouted angrily. His eyes were full of unwillingness. If it wasn't for this wizard's tricks that caught him off guard, he might not have lost this battle. He was an intermediate wizard, and this wizard was only an advanced wizard. There was a difference of 2 ranks between them. Yang Kai sneered. Next time when you meet a savage beast, do you expect it to compete with you in wizard spell and not get close to you? Fong was stunned and suddenly stopped talking. Let go of Master Fong. Quickly let go. The Raging Flame tribe's barbarian tribesmen immediately surrounded Yang Kai. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at Yang Kai with hostility. Although injuring a noble wizard was a big crime for any barbarian, but seeing their own wizard being pressed to the ground, the people of the Raging Flame tribe couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Kai turned his head and coldly glanced at the barbarians of the Raging Flame tribe. The corner of his mouth hooked up, revealing a disdainful smile. Everyone back off. Fong waved his hand and shouted. Many of the Raging Flame tribe's clansmen heard this, and although they were unwilling, they still obeyed and retreated. However, they still didn't give up their vigilance against Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really killed Tooth Pain, Then he would definitely provoke the crazy revenge of the barbarian tribe. After experiencing the humiliation of being defeated by the weak, Fong's expression calmed down a lot. He sighed and said, "You are right. I was careless." He didn't admit that his strength was inferior to Yang Kai. He just felt that he was too careless, and that was why he failed so miserably. Yang Kai knew what he was thinking, but didn't feel like talking to him. He tilted his head and said, "Then this fight," Fong dejectedly said. "You won. All the spoils are yours." There was no need to continue the fight. He was pressed to the ground like a grasshopper, so he didn't have the face to struggle. "You let me win." Yang Kai grinned and loosened his grip on Fong's neck. He got up and pulled him up. You spat out a mouthful of blood and felt a burning pain in his cheek. Just a moment ago, when Kai Yang had punched him, 2 of his teeth had been knocked out. His face was numb, but now that the numbness had passed, he could feel the pain. He didn't say anything. The loser didn't have the qualifications to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a complicated look and waved his hand. "Let's go." The people of the Raging Flame tribe didn't say a word. They lined up behind their wizard, ready to take advantage of the night to return to the village. "Master Fong, wait a minute." Yang Kai stopped him. "What's the matter?" Fong looked back and puzzledly looked at Yang Kai. "Master Fong, don't you want these beasts?" Yang Kai asked, while pointing at the frozen bodies of the beasts. Fong's expression changed. He angrily said, "Wizard, are you humiliating me?" He had lost the duel, so he was no longer qualified to touch these beasts. Yang Kai's question at this moment seemed like a deliberate provocation to him. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not what I meant. But Senior you've mustered such a large force, and so many of your clansmen have come from afar. It should be to look for winter food reserves, right?" Fong took a deep breath and said, "Aren't you also here?" Yang Kai smiled. "In that case, I'm willing to give Master Fong a part of it." "What?" Fong was startled. Even the barbarians of the Furious Flame tribe were extremely surprised. They looked at Yang Kai with astonishment. "I didn't count the last time I came here, but there should be 300 to 400 beasts in this valley. Master Fong, you see, I only have 100 villagers. Even if each of us can take 2 beasts back, there will still be a large number of them left here. The snow is coming, so we don't plan to come back this time. In other words, I'm afraid that the remaining beasts will be frozen here. Master Fong, if you don't mind, you can take the rest of the beasts back to the village. Although there aren't many of them, it should be enough to get through the winter if you use them sparingly. Are you really willing to do this?" Fong couldn't believe his ears. This wizard was willing to give him a part of the spoils? He was right. There were indeed 300 to 400 dead beasts in this valley, but they didn't have enough people. It was impossible to bring all the beasts back to the village. Even if they took the rest of the beasts, there would be at least 100 of them. Each of these beasts was incomparably huge. It was enough for a person to eat for a whole month. If they used it sparingly, they would be able to get through the winter. But how was this possible? There was actually someone who was willing to give away the food in their mouth. This was like giving away your wife to other people to play with in today's world. In Fong's opinion, it was really unreasonable. But in any case, if this wizard was sincere, then the whole village should be grateful. Of course, in the name of the barbarian god, the wizard, will give the rest of the beasts to you. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Fong no longer had any doubts. If a wizard said it in the name of the barbarian god, then there wouldn't be any falsehood. He quietly looked at Yang Kai. After a while, he suddenly bent down and put his hand on his chest. "Wizard, please forgive my previous rudeness and arrogance. Thank you for your generosity and generosity. The villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame tribe will remember your kindness. You will be our friend forever." The other villagers of Sickle Fire Village of the Furious Flame tribe also bent down and put their hands on their chests. This was the most noble etiquette of the barbarians. Ahu and the others stood behind Yong Kai. There was a touch of glory on their faces. Chapter 28:11. The bonfire was jumping, and the smell of barbecued meat filled the entire canyon. The villagers of Lianhua Village and the villagers of Sangnan Village were very harmonious, talking and laughing together. The two leaders of the wizard abandoned their former enmity, shook hands, and made peace. Their respective villagers also put down their vigilance and hatred, happily living together. The barbarians of Lianhua Village contributed the fruit, wine they brought. The villagers of the two tribes ate the meat and drank the wine, as if they were wearing the same pair of pants. Beside the beautiful women of each village, there were many men from the other village. They were pursuing each other, intending to leave a spring dream in this canyon. Tiger and another villager of Lianhua Village were fighting in the open field. In the daily life of the barbarians, there was very little entertainment. The most common was this kind of close combat, and the friendship between the barbarians was based on fists. The villager of Lianhua Village who was fighting with Tiger was much stronger than him, and Tiger was young and full of vigor. For a time, the two people were very anxious, and they were evenly matched, making the other people who were watching constantly cheering. Yong Kai glanced at the battlefield and saw Tiger eat a fierce punch from the other side, bending like a shrimp, but taking advantage of the moment when the other side was careless, he suddenly attacked and kicked the other side's knee. The villager of Lianhua Village was caught off guard and knelt on the ground. Turning his head, Yong Kai said, "Master Ya, you just said that Wizard Shield. Is it like this?" When the words fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. The fluctuation of spiritual power spread out, and the air in front of him rippled, turning into a transparent shield in front of him. You open his mouth wide. After a while, he said, "Yes, that's it. So that's how it is." Yong Kai nodded and said, "But this wizard's shield seems to be able to defend against a lower-level wizard. If a wizard of the same level cast a wizard, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist." You said, "At least there is a buffer time, enough for people to dodge. At a critical moment, this can be a life-saving wizard." Yong Kai said, "Master Yi is right, but I think it's better to cast the wizard's shield like this." While speaking, Yong Kai demonstrated Yi was going crazy. After discussing with this wizard, he found that the other side's understanding of wizard was very shallow. Many of the commonly used wizard spells were not released, as if he had just learned wizard a few days, but this wizard's amazing understanding and creativity made him shocked. He explained and demonstrated a few commonly used spells, and the other party was able to cast them with ease. If it wasn't for his expression, he wouldn't have any ulterior motives. You would have doubted whether he was pretending. Top. Only those great wizards could do this kind of thing, right? Yeah, as an intermediate wizard, could only follow the lead of others. He followed the footsteps of others. He didn't have the ability to improve the wizard spells he learned, but he saw one miracle after another from this wizard. For the whole night, the two wizards got together to communicate, and both of them learned something. Yong Kai learned several simple and practical wizard spells, and Ya, after being inspired and demonstrated by Yong Kai, had a deeper understanding of those wizard spells. Although his level didn't increase, you felt that his strength had increased greatly, as long as he was given some time to digest what he learned tonight. Even if he met a top wizard in the future, he would have the power to fight. At dawn, the people of the two villages were ready to go, and they parted ways at the entrance of the canyon. You looked at Yong Kai reluctantly and said, "Master Bowl, please come to my Sickle Fire village as a guest. We will treat you and your people with the best food." Yong Kai laughed. "If there is a chance, Master Ya, please come to Sangnan village when you are free." Ya's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, when the snow melts and spring comes, I will definitely go. See you later." Yang Kai clasped his fist. Yu was stunned. Although he didn't know what kind of etiquette it was, he still learned it. Yang Kai turned around, grabbed the hind legs of two beasts, dragged them on the snow, and led hundreds of villagers away. Yu watched Yang Kai leave and whispered, "I saw the rise of a new star." "What?" The villagers next to him asked suspiciously. "Nothing, let's go home." Yu waved his hand, and the villagers of Sickle Fire Village each dragged a beast and returned home. Each person dragging two huge beasts in the snow was not a simple matter. The group of people of Sangnan Village returned to the village from the canyon 2 days later. Hundreds of villagers were warmly welcomed as heroes. After returning to the village, they immediately began to clean up the storage work. The village chief also trembled as he came over and asked if there were any accidents on this trip. Who told the village chief everything that happened with the people of Sickle Fire Village? The village chief listened and nodded to Yang Kai. "Anyo, you did a good job. Although you are from different tribes, after all, we are all people. When you can help, don't be stingy." "I also think so." Yang Kai nodded. "Well, you are tired. Go back and rest. I will talk to you tomorrow." The next day, Yang Kai went to find the village chief early in the morning. "Anyo, I want you to be the village chief of Sangnan Village. Are you willing?" After meeting, the village chief went straight to the point. Yang Kai froze for a moment, and then immediately refused. "This is not possible." "Don't be in a hurry to refuse." The village chief smiled, as if he had already expected this. He sighed and said, "Let me finish." Yang Kai nodded. The village chief then continued, "I am old, and I don't have many years left to live. When I die, you will also take over the village chief position. Originally, I was worried that without the protection of the wizard, the village would be annexed by other villages. You also know what the villagers' lives will be like after the annexation. Fortunately, the barbarian god favored you and let you open the wizard's power. And now you are a high-grade wizard, which is higher than me. You are fully capable of taking over the village chief position. You are young, so I was not relieved to give the village chief position to you. But seeing how you handled the matter of Sickle Fire Village, I know that you will not let me down in the future. You will not let the villagers down. You are a kind person, and you are a smooth person. I didn't see it before. So if you become the village chief, it will be better than me. The villagers will also believe in you." After experiencing the invasion of the beast tide and the confrontation with Fong, the villagers naturally respected Yang Kai. If he became the village chief, no one would say anything. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Village chief, I can't agree to this." "Why?" The village chief showed a trace of disappointment. He didn't expect that after saying so much, Yang Kai would still refuse. Yang Kai sighed. After all, he couldn't say that he was just here to gain experience in the sealed world. This village chief and all the other villagers might just be derivatives of the sealed world, and he would have to leave this place one day. "I want to take advantage of my youth to go out and see. In the future, I probably won't have much time to stay in the village." "You want to leave the village?" The village chief looked at Yang Kai in surprise, but soon he was relieved. "Yes, your talent is extraordinary. Being trapped in a place is not good for you. Go out and see more. It will be helpful for your growth." "Village chief, I'm sorry." The village chief smiled. "Don't be sorry. You are a villager of Sangnan Village, no matter where you go. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's learn how to read." As usual, the village chief continued to teach Kai Yang how to recognize those strange ancient characters, as if nothing had happened. 2 days after Yang Kai brought the villagers back to the village from the canyon, snow fell, and the whole world seemed to have become frozen. In such an environment, even the beasts were not willing to go out, let alone people. The villagers also hid in their houses and didn't come out easily. Yang Kai's daily life was very regular. In the morning, he would learn the ancient words from the village chief. Then he would go back to his wooden house to train his body. After that, he would accumulate the power of the wizard. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt that some barrier in his body had been broken. The power was flowing in his meridians, and his strength seemed to have skyrocketed in an instant. Wizard. From unlocking the power of a wizard to becoming an upper wizard. It only took one night, but from upper wizard to wizard, it took Yang Kai half a month. In these 10 days, Yang Kai had been waiting for this mysterious place to push him out, but it didn't happen. He started to wonder if he really fell into this mysterious place and couldn't get out. But no matter what, Yang Kai had to plan for the long term. This world was very strange. It suppressed his power of the Emperor realm, and even his divine sense couldn't be released. If not, he wouldn't be unable to open the dimension ring. According to the village chief, only when he increased his power to the level of a wizard would he have something like divine sense. So his current goal was to quickly cultivate to the level of a wizard, then open the dimension ring and take out the 1,000,000 Monster Beast cores. As long as he had the 1,000,000 Monster Beast cores as a foundation, the speed of his promotion would increase exponentially. When that time came, the Wizard King, Wizard Saint would be within his reach. Maybe when the power of a wizard increased to a certain level, he would be able to find a way to leave this world. But from a wizard to a wizard, it was a huge leap. Yang Kai estimated that with his current cultivation speed, it would take at least a year and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. Being trapped in this mysterious place, his own power was the foundation of survival. He couldn't wait to become stronger. And the best way to increase his power was to find a monster beast. By killing a monster beast, he could obtain the flesh and core of the monster beast. Especially the core, he could directly consume it to increase his power. As long as he had enough monster beast cores, he could easily break through to the level of a wizard. Chapter 28:12. This won't do. Absolutely not. Inside the wooden house, the village chief shook his head, as if he had been provoked by something. He looked at Yang Kai bitterly and said, "Anyo, do you know what you are saying?" Yang Kai sighed. "I'm just going out to train for a while. I'll be back in the spring." The village chief said, "Now that the winter has come, the snow has sealed the mountain. Even if you are already an upper-level wizard, hey, you, when did you become a wizard?" When Yang Kai came over, the village chief did not carefully observe his status. Now, he was shocked. Neo in front of him had become a wizard. This did not mean that the village chief had the ability to recognize a wizard, but his vision was brilliant. Yang Kai's aura was definitely not something a wizard could have. How could it be? Half a month ago, Neo received the blessing of the barbarian god and activated the power of a wizard. It was shocking enough that he broke through to an upper-level wizard overnight, but he did not expect that he was now a wizard. That was the realm that he had dreamed of his whole life but could not reach. Yang Kai smiled. "Village chief, do you think that a wizard like me does not have the power to protect myself outside?" The village chief said, "Even if you are a wizard, how many wizard spells do you know?" "The wizard spells that you know are all taught by me." Before he could finish his words, the village chief's jaw dropped as he stared blankly at the witchcraft shield in front of Yang Kai and the fireball technique in his palm. The village chief opened his mouth, but found that he could not find a reason to stop Anyo from taking the risk. Yang Kai said, "Village chief, I just came to inform you. Even if you don't agree, I will find a chance to slip away." The village chief sighed heavily. After a long time, he said, 3 days. Give me 3 days. I will teach you more things. Okay. For the next 3 days, Kai Yang stayed in the village chief's house, living with him. In these 3 days, the village chief did not teach Yang Kai any particularly powerful wizard skills, nor did he teach him any cultivation techniques. In terms of cultivation, the village head was powerless. According to him, he had nothing better to teach Yang Kai. However, He knew that Anyo had been isolated from the rest of the world and had no communication with other people in the village, let alone understanding the outside world. For this trip, strength alone was not enough to protect oneself. Therefore, what the village chief taught Yang Kai was the knowledge of this world. There were all kinds of local customs and emergency response plans when encountering all kinds of dangers. When the village chief was young, he had also ventured outside. After 3 days, village chief had nothing left to teach Yang Kai. He had even finished teaching him the ancient characters. I will tell the villagers that you are cultivating in seclusion. Tell them to leave you alone. Let's set off tomorrow before the sun rises. Remember to come back early. The village chief was like a parent telling a child about to go on a long journey. His expression was full of concern and worry. I know. Go and rest. From tomorrow onwards, you will face a new journey. The next day, Yang Kai set off before dawn. At this time, the villagers were still sleeping soundly. However, when Yang Kai left the village, he seemed to feel something and looked back. He saw that on the fence, a Hua, who was in charge of the night watch, was standing quietly. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. Yang Kai took large strides and soon disappeared from a Hua's sight. 5 days later, at the foot of a mountain thousands of miles away from Sangnan village, Yang Kai took out a yellowed animal skin paper and compared it with his route. He looked at the continuous mountain range in front of him. It should be here, Luo Baishan. This was the goal of Yang Kai's trip. When the village chief was training in the outside world, he didn't travel too far. This Luo Bai mountain was a point on his journey, and the yellowed map in his hand was given to him by the village chief before he left. According to village chief, there were many savage beasts living in Luo Baishan. Some of them were even as strong as Great Wizard. Village chief repeatedly warned Yang Kai to act according to his ability. However, Yang Kai's purpose was to find trouble with the savage beasts. How could he take village chief's warning to heart? After a short while, Yang Kai stepped into Luo Baishan. Another half a day later, in a cave, Yang Kai was breathing out hot air. He stepped on the corpse of a monster beast and said with dissatisfaction, "So weak." In his opinion, this monster beast was only equivalent to the 3rd or 4th rank. Now, even if he didn't use the power of a wizard, he could easily kill it with his body. However, it was better than nothing. Taking out the inner core of the monster beast, Yang Kai casually cleaned it and swallowed it. He sat down cross-legged and started to refine it. His abdomen made a strange sound as if thunder was rolling. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the inner core. Silently probing himself, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. The result was not ideal. After refining the inner core of a monster beast, the increase in his strength was not very obvious. This monster beast seemed to be even weaker than the one he killed in the valley last time. Naturally, the energy stored in the inner core was not much. At this rate, even if he refined 1,000 inner cores, he might not be able to become a wizard. His goal was not far away. As long as he could become a wizard and have his own divine sense, it would be enough. Although he was not satisfied, he didn't have any better ideas. He could only persevere. While waiting to meet a stronger monster beast, he could slowly rely on numbers to accumulate power. In the following days, Yang Kai kept wandering in the Luo Bai mountain. He went all the way into the depths, specifically looking for monster beasts to kill. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, Yang Kai killed a lot of monster beasts and obtained a lot of monster beast inner cores. However, with so many monster beast inner cores in his stomach, it only increased his cultivation to the limit of a low-rank wizard. He didn't even break through to a mid-rank wizard. Weak, too weak. The monster beast in Luo Bai mountain was too weak. It couldn't satisfy his needs. He originally planned to become a wizard in a month, then open the dimension ring, and go into seclusion for 2 months. Finally, he would return to the village as a wizard king or even a wizard saint. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. He could only continue to go deeper and deeper, with an inexplicable expectation in his heart. On this day, Yang Kai was refining an inner core that he had just obtained. Suddenly, his ears moved and his eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He heard a series of footsteps approaching the cave he was hiding in, and the footsteps didn't sound like they belonged to a person. There were actually other people in this damn place. It was winter and cold now. Other than him, who else could be wandering outside? Weren't they afraid of freezing or starving to death? While he was puzzled, those people had already entered the cave. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and said, "Be careful, there's the smell of blood." The footsteps suddenly quieted down. It was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. However, Yang Kai could feel that the other party was slowly approaching him. Sure enough, not long after, a barbarian suddenly appeared and stopped 5 feet away from Yang Kai. When he first saw Yang Kai, the barbarian was obviously shocked. His expression became extremely stunned. Obviously, he did not expect to meet his fellow barbarians here. Following closely behind this barbarian, several other people appeared one after another. However, all of them looked extremely distressed, as if they had just experienced a great battle. The most miserable one had even lost an arm. Blood flowed endlessly, and his face was pale from the pain. Yang Kai only needed a glance to know that this barbarian's arm had been bitten off. However, a barbarian was a barbarian after all. Even if he had suffered such a serious injury, he did not make a sound. His other hand was still holding a cracked stone spear. "Who are you?" The barbarian leader looked at Yang Kai and asked. This guy in front of him had tender skin and did not look like a barbarian at all. Where did he come from? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and looked at him, but did not pay any attention to him. This arrogant and haughty attitude immediately annoyed the other party. Just as he was about to explode, a tall and slender woman suddenly appeared behind him. The woman had a cold expression and said, "Don't disturb him. He's cultivating." This woman seemed to have great prestige. So after she opened her mouth, the barbarian who had spoken up earlier was still angry, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai suspiciously and frowned. "Cultivating? Is he a wizard?" The woman looked at Yang Kai with surprise. "He is indeed a wizard." "And a wizard?" "Wizard." The barbarian warriors were shocked. They could not believe their ears. But these words came from their wizard. Even if they did not want to believe it, they had to believe it. How could such a person be a wizard? The woman stepped forward and looked at Yang Kai. "My companion was injured in the battle just now. We need a place for him to heal in peace. There is no suitable place nearby, so we can only choose here. But don't worry, we won't disturb you." Yang Kai gently nodded. She couldn't help but laugh in her heart. The other party probably thought that he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, so she couldn't speak or disturb him. How could she know that Kai Yang was simply too lazy to pay attention to them? All he wanted to do was quickly refine the monster core in his abdomen. "Thank you." The woman said thank you. Then she led the others to a distance and arranged for the injured barbarian to sit down and heal him. Although Yang Kai did not know what method this woman used, Yang Kai felt that she should also be a wizard. Most likely, she was an upper wizard. In other words, her realm was higher than his. But she was a good person. She did not have any hostility towards him. After all, from her point of view, he was in a state where he could not stop his training. If she had any evil intentions, now was the best time to attack. Outside the cave, a few barbarians gathered together and watched their wizard heal their companion. The wizard spell that the woman used was very cold. It had the characteristics of freezing everything. Soon, the wound was frozen. She took out some herbs from the animal skin bag and gave them to the barbarian. Soon, the barbarian's expression eased a lot. He should not be in as much pain as before. The woman was also slightly relieved. At this time, a strange voice suddenly came from the side. He is poisoned. If you don't help him expel the poison, he will not live for long. Chapter 28:13. As soon as he said that, several barbarian warriors suddenly turned around and stared at Yang Kai with vigilance. They felt a chill down their spines. Although they were worried about the safety of their companions, their instincts as warriors still existed. However, none of them noticed that someone was approaching them from behind. This was simply inconceivable. If this person had any evil intentions, then they were afraid that they would have to give up their lives here. After all, this was a wizard. The woman who was called a wizard also trembled, but her reaction wasn't as intense as the barbarian warriors. She turned around and gestured to her companions to not be so nervous. Then she said, "I know that he was poisoned. I also used the poison extraction technique. The effect wasn't ideal." Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Do you want me to help?" "You?" The woman frowned. There was a look of distrust in her eyes. First of all, the wizard in front of her was a stranger. Who knew if he was good or evil? It was normal for wizards and barbarians to be impulsive when they were in different tribes. Second of all, Yang Kai was only a low-rank wizard. As a high-rank wizard, she couldn't do anything. How could Yang Kai solve this problem? Yang Kai shrugged. "I was just saying it casually. Which tribe are you from?" The woman asked. Yang Kai said, "The Southern Barbarian tribe." He paused for a moment, then said, "You are from the Snowfrost tribe, right?" Thanks to the guidance of the village chief before he left, Yang Kai was able to recognize the origin of these barbarians. In this ancient world, some barbarian tribes had very obvious characteristics. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe he met in the canyon last time had a flame flower-like totem on their faces. That was the sacred green lotus flame of the Raging Flame tribe. Although the people of the Snowfrost tribe didn't have any totem on their faces, when the woman used the wizard technique, Yang Kai had a guess. However, not every barbarian tribe had very obvious characteristics. For example, the Southern Barbarian tribe, where Sangnan village was located, didn't, so the woman couldn't recognize his origin. Being exposed by Yang Kai, the woman did not have the intention of concealing. She nodded and said, "That's right. We are from the Snowfrost division. Do you have a way to cure him?" "We can give it a try." The woman frowned. Although she didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability, she had no choice but to try her best. After all, her poisoned tribesman's wound had been suppressed by her wizard. He also used the poison extraction technique to remove some of the poison, but it wasn't completely expelled. The bone-eroding wolf's bone-eroding poison was extremely ferocious. Even a little bit of it was enough to turn the strongest barbarian warrior into a puddle of thick water. If left alone, it would take at most 3 days. Their clansmen must die. However, 3 days was not enough for them to return to the tribe. "Why don't you give it a try?" The woman moved aside. Yang Kai stepped forward. However, a warrior of the Frost tribe shouted in a low voice, "Master." The woman raised her hand to stop the man from speaking. However, the gazes of the barbarian race warriors towards Yang Kai were obviously filled with distrust. Yang Kai didn't care. He walked straight to the injured tribesman and squatted down. He carefully examined the wound and felt some admiration in his heart. Fortunately, the barbarian warrior was strong and vigorous. Otherwise, such an injury would be enough to kill him 10 times over. However, he had lost an arm. Although he was poisoned, he didn't make a sound. His mind seemed to be very clear. Because of the pain, his face was pale and distorted. After looking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped the barbarian warrior a few times. His strength was neither light nor heavy. His spiritual energy surged. After a few slaps, the barbarian warrior's pale face suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yang Kai was already prepared. He dodged. He didn't hesitate to shatter the frozen part of the broken arm. He grabbed the barbarian's shoulder with both hands and poured his spiritual energy into the barbarian's body. Under the watchful eyes of the barbarians of the Frost tribe, the injured barbarian's body suddenly trembled violently. Then a roar was heard. It was like an injured beast. It made people feel shocked. In the next moment, a large amount of blood suddenly spurted out from the broken arm. When the blood fell to the ground, there was a burst of sizzling sound. It corroded holes in the ground. One could see the intensity of the poison. The spurting of blood lasted for 10 breaths of time. During the whole process, if it weren't for the female wizard, the other barbarian warriors of the Frost tribe would have already stopped Yang Kai. After 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai stopped. He turned to the woman and said, "Seal his wound." Hearing this, the woman raised her hand, and a cold air rushed toward the broken arm. In the blink of an eye, the wound was frozen. The barbarian warrior's face was as pale as paper because of excessive blood loss. His breath was so weak that it was almost undetectable. It was as if he was dead. When Yang Kai got up and took a few steps back, the barbarian warriors immediately rushed forward to check his condition. After a while, one of the barbarians raised his head and said, "He seems to be a lot better. It's just that he lost too much blood." He glanced at Yang Kai, and his eyes became somewhat complicated. The female wizard nodded and said to Yang Kai, "My name is Feather. What's your name?" "Bull." Yang Kai smiled. "So it's the wizard Bull. Thank you, barbarian god, for letting us meet here." Feather, who had been cold, finally showed a trace of a smile. Yang Kai said, "Although the poison of your companion has been removed, it will still be very troublesome if we leave him alone. It's best to take him back for treatment." "I understand. Then, Wizard Bull, please wait for a moment." While speaking, Feather walked to the side of the barbarian warriors and whispered a few words. Then, one of the barbarian warriors carried the injured companion out of the cave. It seemed that they were going to take him back to the village for treatment. After returning to the village, Feather asked another barbarian warrior to take out some dried meat and water. She personally handed it to Yang Kai and said, "Thank you for saving my people. Barbarians are a family. Master Feather, you are welcome." Yang Kai grinned and did not refuse. He took the dried meat and water and began to eat and drink without any scruples. Yuta had a good impression of Yang Kai's forthright demeanor. The disdain and rejection he had felt when he saw Yang Kai's thin and weak physique had completely disappeared. Barbarians are a family. This was an interesting way to put it. Previously, I also used the poison extraction technique. But why is the effect much worse than yours? Feather humbly asked. Before coming to this cave, she had simply treated the injuries of her people. It was precisely because the remaining poison could not be extracted that she could only freeze the wounds and let her people take some herbs. She hoped that those herbs would be able to remove the poison, although she knew that there was not much hope. You want to say that your rank is higher than mine, but why is the effect of the poison extraction technique not as good as mine? Yang Kai naturally knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "Sometimes fine control is more important than great power." Feather heard this and fell into deep thought. After a while, she nodded and said, "Thank you." Yang Kai finished the dried meat in his hand and drank a mouthful of water. "It's so cold. What are you doing outside?" Although the people of the Snow Frost tribe were not afraid of the cold, under normal circumstances, they would not go out casually. In the cold winter, both wild beasts and barbarian beasts were very active because they were looking for food. The risk of being outside was much higher than usual. "Where is Master Bull?" Feather did not answer Yang Kai's question. Instead, she asked him a question. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned. Feather was startled for a moment. Then, she showed an admiring expression and said, "We came out to collect herbs. We need them for the ritual in spring." Ritual? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Sangnan village was a small village. He did not know if there was such a thing as a ritual. However, he knew that, in ancient times, rituals were very common. Even the great wizard would often perform a ritual. The object of the ritual was either the heavens or the totems of their tribe. The latter was more common. He smiled and said, "It seems that your progress is not smooth." Feather said sadly, "Those herbs were guarded by a few bone-corroding wolves. We were ambushed." "How many?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an interested expression. "How many specifically?" Feather said, "6. If not with my strength, they would not have hurt our tribe." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. After a moment, he sat up straight and asked in a deep voice, "Master Feather, when you go to collect herbs again, do you need a strong helper?" Feather was stunned and looked at Yang Kai. Her eyes also lit up. She was just thinking about whether she could ask this wizard for help. But after all, they were not familiar with each other, and they were not from the same tribe. Feather really did not know how to ask for his help. She did not expect that Wizard would take the initiative to ask for help, although the self-proclaimed strong helper's words made her speechless. These details did not matter. The two wizards' words were enough to ensure the safety of the tribe. "Wizard, what is your condition?" Although Feather was happy, he did not lose his ability to judge. The southern barbarian tribe shaman, whom he had met by chance, had inexplicably taken the initiative to help. "Those few savage beasts belong to me," Yang Kai replied with a smile. Under normal circumstances, Feather would not agree to this condition. Although the herbs were precious, the value of the savage beasts was not low. There were several of them, and one of them was an upper-rank wizard. But the other side was only a lower-rank wizard. Giving him 2 was an acceptable condition. But because Yang Kai helped the tribe first, Feather just thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay, the savage beasts belong to you, and the herbs belong to us." Since she had made the decision, the other tribe members naturally had no objection. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Then let's not waste any time. Let's go." Feather frowned and said, "But my tribe just fought a big battle. They need to rest for a day." The barbarian's physique was extremely strong, but in the previous battle, Feather had blessed them with bloodlust. Although it only lasted for a short period of time, the loss of innate blood made them a little weak. They were not as strong as they were at their peak. "Don't bother, just follow me." Yang Kai took the lead and walked out of the cave, waving at Feather and the others. Several barbarian warriors looked at Feather with hesitation. Feather was also having a headache. He thought to himself, how can this Wu Niu act so hastily and recklessly? But since it was already like this, she had nothing to say. She could only lead the team and follow. Chapter 28:14. In a mountain valley, Yang Kai, Feather, and the others were quietly lying in wait. Feather pointed to the front and said, "The snowflakes we need to collect are in front of us. Those bone-corroding wolves are also there." Yang Kai looked up and found that there were indeed traces of a battle. There was also a large pool of blood on the ground. The color was bright red, and the snow on the ground was full of messy footprints. "Wizard Ball, later we will cast wizard spells on my people. You will be in charge of the left side, and I will be in charge of the right side. Although there are 6 bone-corroding wolves, they are not difficult to deal with. We just need to be careful not to get bitten. Before, we were also—" Feather stared ahead and seriously discussed the battle plan with Yang Kai. But halfway through, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw that the wizard bull had disappeared. Where did he go? Feather was shocked and asked her people. The people seemed to have just reacted. When they looked around, one of the barbarian warriors opened his eyes wide and pointed to the front and said, He. Feather looked in the direction of his finger, and her face changed. This idiot, this shaman bull actually swaggered over just like that. Once those few bone-corroding wolves were alerted, they would definitely fall into a bitter battle. She originally wanted to cooperate with the other party and sneak attack and kill two of them first, but now it seemed that this battle plan was impossible to implement. When she was about to call Yang Kai back, she saw that Yang Kai suddenly stood in the mountain valley and opened his arms as if he wanted to embrace the whole world. He took a deep breath and enthusiastically shouted, "Dear friends, I am coming." La 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 la, the echo echoed in the mountain valley. The snow on the trees was shaken off. A few bone-corroding wolves that smelled the scent of living people walked out of their hiding place. They bared their teeth, saliva dripping down the corner of their mouths, and their eyes flashed with a fierce light. Feather, who was always quiet, suddenly twitched the corner of her mouth. "Master, what should we do?" One of the people asked. "Retreat." Feather made a prompt decision. This wizard bull is mentally abnormal. Why didn't I see it before? If he had known earlier, Feather would never have accompanied him here. But now it was all good. Even if he was a wizard, he would still die if he provoked 6 bone-corroding wolves without any preparation. Although he had saved the lives of his clansmen, as the leader of his clansmen, Feather naturally couldn't go crazy with him. Right now, he could only leave first. As for the favor of saving his life, he would wait for his clansmen to recuperate for a while before coming back to avenge him. This could be considered as an explanation to him. The few of them moved like the wind. As soon as Feather finished speaking, under her leadership, several barbarian warriors prepared to retreat. When he turned around, Feather looked at Yang Kai with pity. After the bone-corroding wolves appeared, they did not stop. Instead, they pounced on him like the wind, opening their bloody mouths wide enough to swallow an entire sheep. Then, Feather saw an extremely shocking scene. The crazy wizard bull laughed out loud as he punched left and right. A left punch, a right punch. Blossoms of blood bloomed in the air, accompanied by the sound of skulls exploding and the short but urgent whimpers of the bone-corroding wolves. In the blink of an eye, the 4 bone-corroding wolves were sent flying. Their heads exploded while they were still in the air. Feather was stunned and stood there stupidly. It was as if an invisible wizard king had cast a spell on him. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were about to pop out. "Master," the few barbarian warriors who were retreating quickly suddenly realized that their shamans weren't following them, so they hurriedly turned around. The next moment, the few barbarian warriors were also stunned. What happened? Why were there 4 bone-corroding wolves lying on the ground? Why did the heads of these bone-corroding wolves all explode? What was the truth at the moment when they turned around? In the battlefield, the death of 4 of their companions did not make the bone-corroding wolves retreat. Instead, it aroused their ferocious nature. The remaining 2 charged quickly, leaping high into the air and pouncing towards Yang Kai from both sides. Their huge bodies were like cannonballs with the force of impact. Yang Kai punched the left bone-corroding wolf with a backhand, cracking its skull and splashing its brain matter. It died instantly, but his right arm was viciously bitten by another bone-corroding wolf. With a cracking sound, the sound of something shattering could be heard. Before Yang Kai could do anything else, an icicle-like object flew quickly and directly stabbed into the eye of the last bone-corroding wolf more than a foot deep. It was Feather who finally reacted and supported with an icicle from afar. This simple attack showed Feather's strong foundation and rich battle experience as an upper wizard. The bone-corroding wolf whimpered and let go of Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai stepped forward and punched it, killing it with 2 punches. Taking a light breath, Yong-kai had a disdainful expression on his face. "You were bitten. Hurry up and expel the poison." Feather quickly stepped forward and reminded him, not bothering to ask how Yong-kai created a miracle. But as soon as she said that, she was stunned, because Yong-kai's right arm that was bitten was unscathed. How was that possible? She clearly saw him get bitten. With the terrifying strength of the bone-corroding wolf, how could he resist? Thinking about it carefully, that cracking sound did not seem to be the sound of his bones breaking, but the sound of the wizard's shield being broken. So that was it. He must have cast a wizard's shield the moment he was bitten. What a fast reaction. "Don't come over," Yong-kai suddenly shouted in a low voice. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked towards the depths of the valley. He licked his lips and said, "There's another big guy." "What?" Feather did not know what was going on. He looked in that direction and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His hands and feet turned cold as he cried out, "Bone-corroding wolf king!" Over there, a bone-corroding wolf that was twice as big as the one just now was walking towards them. Its powerful aura made Feather feel suffocated. Why was there a bone-corroding wolf king here? Wolves were pack animals, regardless of whether they were wild or savage beasts. Although there were 6 bone-corroding wolves gathered here, this scale was not enough to give birth to a wolf king. However, Feather quickly understood. This bone-corroding wolf king seemed to have been severely injured. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes. Looking at the wounds, it seemed to have been inflicted within the past month. This wolf king had been defeated in a battle within the tribe and was then exiled to this place. A defeated wolf king was no longer the wolf king of the pack. A younger and stronger wolf king would replace it. But this was still not something that a wizard could resist. The bone-corroding wolf king was a powerful savage beast that could rival a wizard. Although it had not recovered from its injuries, its majestic aura was still present. "Run!" Feather roared at Yong-kai. He regretted not retreating immediately. She wanted to retreat, but when she turned around and saw the miracle in front of her, she could not help but run back. Who knew that she would step into a quagmire? "It's really over now. I'm afraid that all of us will die here." Now, she couldn't blame Yong-kai for this. She could only blame herself for not investigating the situation before coming here, not even noticing the bone-corroding wolf king's presence. The wolf king's aura was so powerful that it was almost tangible. Feather could only feel his body trembling slightly. Facing such a terrifying existence, the wizard's face was full of mockery and disdain. He stretched out his arms and shook his legs, causing a series of crackling sounds to be heard. The onlookers did not know whether to laugh or cry. This action obviously angered the bone-corroding wolf king. It opened its mouth, and a ball of dark green light shot towards Yong-kai like an arrow released from a bow. Yong-kai raised his hand. The temperature of the air suddenly increased, and a huge fireball the size of a wash basin flew towards him. With a bang, the fireball and the poison ball collided in midair, creating a loud noise. Immediately after, sparks flew in all directions, and the poison shot out. After landing on the ground, there was a sizzling sound. Huge holes were melted in the snow at an extremely fast speed. While Feather and the others were stunned, Yong-kai took advantage of the fact that the Wolf King was not paying attention. He rushed forward and started an intimate and exciting battle with the Wolf King. The group of Snow Frost Tribe barbarians were stunned. Feather's eyes were also staring blankly. Is this still a wizard? Is this really a wizard? Why is it that no matter what opponent he encounters, he will bravely and fearlessly charge forward? He was like this when he faced the 6 bone-corroding wolves. And now he is facing the bone-corroding Wolf King. How can there be such a wizard? Feather only felt that her outlook on life was about to be turned upside down. Decades of training and belief had collapsed in an instant. She had never thought that a wizard could fight in such a barbaric and cruel way. He was even better than the strongest warriors in the tribe. It could be seen that this wizard was extremely skilled in close combat. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had done this. Not only did he have the courage and meticulousness of the strongest warriors, he also had the ability of a wizard. During close combat, all kinds of simple and practical wizard spells were at his fingertips. However, at the crucial moment, they played an unimaginable role. For a moment, he was evenly matched with the Wolf King, who was comparable to a wizard. "Master, what should we do now?" This was not the first time the Snow Frost tribe barbarians asked Feather this question. However, what they saw in front of them was beyond their understanding, and they had lost the ability to judge. Feather only hesitated for a moment before she decisively said, "Help." Then she started to sing in an ancient and choppy language. She cast the bloodthirsty spell, lightness spell, bone armor spell, and several other types of witchcraft on the barbarian warriors. The bodies of the warriors suddenly expanded, and their eyes turned red. They looked at each other with a calm expression on their faces. Then they started to approach the battlefield as if they had a tacit understanding. Feather took a light breath and raised her hand. A huge icicle appeared in front of her. In this cold environment, the ice wizard spell that she practiced could be blessed by the heavens and earth. It became more powerful and easier to cast. With a whoosh, the huge icicle trembled slightly and disappeared like lightning. When it reappeared, it had already hit the bone-corroding Wolf King, who was fighting with Yong Kai, and penetrated its flesh. The Wolf King roared and shook its body, shattering the icicle. At this time, several barbarian warriors came from the left and right. They waved the weapons in their hands and slashed at the Wolf King. Every strike was powerful and powerful. Chapter 28:15. Half a day later, the dust settled. Feather gasped for breath, her face slightly pale. She looked at the corpse of the bone-corroding Wolf King, lying on the ground in disbelief. In this battle, there was no loss of people. Several of her clansmen only suffered minor injuries. And the biggest reason for this was because of the delicate skin and tender flesh of the shaman bull. He had entangled the bone-corroding Wolf King with his own strength, so the Wolf King had no time to care about other things. He led a few of his clansmen to continuously injure the Wolf King. After half a day of fierce fighting, they finally killed it. It could be said that the Wolf King was slowly tortured to death. Feather's heart was filled with complex emotions as she looked at the voodoo bull that was searching the Wolf King's corpse. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this victory came so miraculously. That was the Wolf King that was comparable to a sorcerer. Even if it was seriously injured, it wasn't something that they could deal with. But under this Wizard Ox's various magical methods, the Wolf King had no power to resist. How did he do it? From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any powerful wizard spells. She knew most of the wizard spells he used, but they were definitely not as effective as his. "Ha! Found it!" Laughing heartily, Kai Yang pulled out a bloody monster core from the Wolf King's corpse. Carefully wiping it on the snow, he stored it away like a treasure. After that, he didn't even look back as he walked over to the other 6 dead bone corrosion wolves and did the same thing as he did before, taking out the 6 inner cores. Feather calmed down and signaled to her clansmen. Immediately, one of them went to collect the snowflakes. Feather walked straight to Yong Kai. She said, "Master Ox, do you need Dantian that much?" Yong Kai played with his bulging cloth bag and said without raising his head, "Of course." He wanted to quickly accumulate strength, so he had to rely on the monster beast's Dantian. Feather said, "Although I don't know why you need so many Dantian, there is a place that you might be interested in where—" Yong Kai looked up at her. "Snowfrost City. Young Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "A city of your snow frost tribe?" "Not bad. There are many inner cores there." Feather smiled. Snowfrost City is the tribe's only city. 80% of the tribe's wizard population is gathered there. Even shamans from other tribes often appear in Snowfrost City, especially in winter. Only Snowfrost City is not affected by winter and is open all day. In the city, there are a lot of transactions every day. The inner cores of savage beasts are not rare there. They are of a higher grade than the inner core of the bone-eroding wolf king. As long as you can take out goods of similar value, Lord Ox, you can take out goods of similar value. I believe that other wizard would be willing to trade with you. Oh. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, feeling tempted. If Snow Frost City was really as good as Feather said, then he could go and take a look. At the very least, it would be much faster than him searching for savage beasts and killing them to obtain their cores. Of course, he didn't have any goods that he could use to exchange. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look? Feather struck while the iron was hot. He saw that Yang Kai was already interested. Master Feather is very kind. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Yang Kai smiled. Feather nodded. Then, let's set off together. At this time, the barbarian warrior who collected the snowflakes also came back. He whispered something to Feather. Feather looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Master Ox, these corpses of savage beasts, do whatever you want." "Thank you." Feather thanked him, and then ordered a few people to deal with the corpses of the bone-eroding wolves. If a magus could consume the meat of a savage beast for a long period of time, it would be beneficial to his strength. Therefore, even though Feather was a high-ranked magus, he couldn't bear to leave so many savage beast corpses here. It was a waste of natural resources, especially the bone-corroding wolf king's corpse. That was a great source of nourishment for a great magus. This wizard was awesome. Feather didn't know what he was planning to do. He only wanted inner cores and not beast meat. Although inner cores were quite valuable, the most common use was to drink wine. Some pharmacists could also use the inner cores of savage beasts to make potions, but this wizard didn't look like a pharmacist at all. It was naturally not the first time these barbarian warriors had dealt with the corpses of a monster beast. They were very skilled. So in less than half an hour, the corpses of the 6 bone-eroding wolves and the wolf king were cleaned. 7 wolf skins, plus the most delicious and tender parts of these savage beasts, everyone carried or carried them back. Everything was ready, and everyone set off immediately. Snowfrost City was not close to Mount Luobai. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. This was under the premise that Feather had blessed everyone with the swift technique. Without it, their speed would only be slower. On the way, Yang Kai asked Feather for advice. Naturally, he learned the swift technique very quickly, which made Feather quite surprised. 3 days later, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Several barbarian warriors, including Feather, couldn't help but show a sincere smile. "Master Ox, we've arrived at Snowfrost City." Feather pointed ahead. Yang Kai looked with full eyesight and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had come to an ancient barbarian city, but what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that since it was a city, it should at least look like a city, but there was no sign of a city there. Instead, there was a huge, towering tree standing on the horizon. Even from a distance, Yang Kai could feel its majesty. The tree covered the sky and the earth, towering into the clouds. It was hard to imagine how tall it was. Under the canopy of the big tree that was like the sky, buildings were built on the ground in a disorderly manner, like a game of chess that had been messed up. Many people could be vaguely seen moving around. "This is Snowfrost City?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Feather. Feather smiled slightly. "Yes, this is Snowfrost City. It is also the foundation of our Snowfrost tribe. Do you see the evergreen divine tree? That is the Azure Master, the guardian of our snow frost tribe. Azure Master, Yong Kai's mouth twitched. You mean that tree is alive? If it was alive, wouldn't it be a tree demon? However, such a big tree demon was rare. Feather's expression turned solemn as he said, Lord Qing has lived for thousands of years and is immortal. Lord Niu, if you enter Snowfrost City, you must remember not to blaspheme Lord Qing. Immortal? Wasn't that the immortal tree? But compared to the evergreen divine tree, the difference was like the difference between an ancestor and a grandson. However, seeing how serious Feather was, Yong Kai also realized that the evergreen divine tree should have a supreme position in the hearts of the Snow Frost Tribe's clansmen. So he immediately nodded and said, I will remember. Feather smiled again and said, Master Niu, you don't have to worry too much. The Azure Master is tolerant of all things. As long as you don't deliberately blaspheme it, my clansmen won't make things difficult for you. While talking, the group gradually approached Snow Frost City. As they got closer, the shock of the evergreen divine tree grew stronger. The entire Snow Frost City did not have the city walls or spirit arrays of later generations, but the huge canopy surrounded an area of hundreds of kilometers. The clansmen of the Snow Frost tribe had lived within the protection of this canopy for generations. Although it was winter, there was no snow in Snow Frost City. Instead, it looked like spring was in full swing. Half an hour later, when Yong Kai followed Feather to the edge of Snow Frost City, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Yong Kai's hair stood on end as he looked around vigilantly, but he found nothing. Feather said, Master Niu, you don't have to be nervous. Anyone who enters Snow Frost City will be inspected by the Azure Master. If they are hostile to the Snow Frost tribe, they will be immediately expelled. Yong Kai sighed. The Azure Master is so powerful. This was not flattery, but the truth. The divine sense just now was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. It was obvious that this tree demon was really an incredible master. Feather said, Of course, the Azure Master is the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. He has been protecting us for thousands of years, but unfortunately what? Feather said sadly, I heard that the Azure Master fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago, and no one can wake him up now. Then just now, Yong Kai was puzzled. Since he was in a deep sleep, what happened to the divine sense? Feather smiled slightly. Even in a deep sleep, the Azure Master still has the ability to distinguish the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? Yong Kai thought that if he was in seclusion, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless he was in a life and death crisis. No matter how powerful the evergreen divine tree was, it was impossible for him to do this. However, since he said so, Yong Kai didn't argue. While talking, they had entered Snow Frost City. After such a long time of running and tiring, the barbarian warriors finally returned safely. They all looked a little excited, and a faint glory appeared on their faces. Standing in Snow Frost City, Yong Kai felt a long-lost feeling. The shouts and haggling voices that rang in his ears gave him the illusion that he had returned to the star boundary for a moment. Master Ox, thank you for your help in Mount Luobai. We will part ways here. I still have to meet the Wizard Master to hand in the mission goods. Feather turned around and said to Yong Kai, You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Yong Kai nodded. Feather stretched out her hand to a barbarian warrior next to her, and the barbarian warrior immediately took out something like a water bag and handed it to her. Feather took it and handed it to Yong Kai, saying, Take this and water the Azure Master's foundation. You can find a place to live. Yong Kai raised his eyebrows. He recognized this water bag. Previously in Mount Luobai, several barbarian warriors used this water bag to deal with the monster beast corpses. They used this water bag to store the monster beast blood. At that time, he didn't know why Feather and the others wanted the monster beast's blood, but now it seemed that there was another use for it. Chapter 28:16. Feather led a few barbarian warriors to a tall building. Yang Kai stood in the snow-frost city and pondered for a while. He did not rush to find a place to live according to Feather's instructions. Instead, he began to wander around the noisy snow-frost city, looking around while walking. The reason why he agreed to come to Snow-Frost City was that he wanted to get some maidens as soon as possible. However, he had nothing on him now. Other than the 7 maidens of the bone-eroding wolf, he only had a bag of wolf blood. However, no matter which one he needed, Yang Kai could only check the market here first and then make a plan. He believed that with his ability, even if the starting point was very low, he would soon use his advantages to bring about a snowball effect. Along the way, Yang Kai seemed to be quite an anomaly in this city, where the barbarian race was rampant. It couldn't be helped that his figure was too small and weak, without the slightest trace of the barbarian race's beauty. Therefore, no matter where he went, he would attract the different and disdainful gazes of the barbarians. Yang Kai had long been accustomed to this. It seemed that every barbarian who saw him for the first time would look at him with this kind of gaze. Snow-Frost City was really prosperous, even compared to the big cities of later generations. It was not inferior at all. In the messy buildings, there were countless stalls and goods. Wizards of different tribes gathered here. Yang Kai, a small low-rank wizard, was completely unpresentable. According to the knowledge taught by the village chief before he left, Yang Kai identified the origin of the wizard one by one. People from all over the world gathered in one place. Such a grand occasion was rare to see. This was a scene that could only be seen in Snow-Frost City in winter, because the cities of other tribes did not have such unique conditions as Snow-Frost City in winter. This place was protected by the evergreen god tree. Even in the cold winter, it was full of spring. The cities of other tribes did not have such good conditions. Naturally, it attracted many wizards to come here to gather and communicate. After the winter was over, most of these wizards who came from afar would return to their tribes and cities. Therefore, every winter, Snow-Frost City was the most prosperous city. Yang Kai kept staying at the stalls, checking the goods on those stalls. He bargained with the stall owners. Contrary to his expectations, he thought that in this ancient era, the method of trade should be bartering, but after some investigation, he found out that this was not the case. However, he discovered that he was gravely mistaken. Unexpectedly, Snow-Frost City had its own currency. It was a kind of green, leaf-like thing known as the green coin. The village chief had not taught Yang Kai about the existence of green coins in this world, so Yang Kai deduced that this should be a feature of Snow-Frost City. Green coins did not have any use for cultivation. Legend had it that they were the fallen leaves of the evergreen divine tree and would not decay. It can only be used as a transaction, and it is only limited to transactions within Snow-Frost City. However, this was enough. There was a currency of equivalent value that was extremely useful for the circulation of goods. The transactions in Snow-Frost City were endless. Yang Kai strolled around for 3 days without stopping. He already had a vague plan in his heart. 3 days later, he slowly walked to the evergreen divine tree. He took out the water sack that Feather had given him and poured out the wolf blood. He watered it on the foundation of the evergreen divine tree. Dark red blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, a green light shot out from the crown of the tree and struck Yang Kai's body. At the same time, an inexplicable pulling force guided Yang Kai. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting him up and slowly floating up. After flying up hundreds of feet, the lifting force stabilized. In front of Kai Yang was a clean and comfortable tree hole that was neither too big nor too small. This was his residence for the next 30 days. There were 2 ways for outsiders to find a place to live in Snow-Frost City. One was to live in a place similar to an inn, but that required paying green coins. The second way was to use the monster beast blood to water the foundation of the evergreen divine tree, like Yong Kai. The evergreen divine tree would choose a tree hole for the water to live in. There were countless such tree holes on the towering evergreen divine tree. Each tree hole was a natural residence, with the protection of the evergreen divine tree. No matter what one did inside, they would not be disturbed. The tree hole was not big and could barely accommodate 3 people, but it was enough for Yong Kai. The environment inside was also very comfortable. Yong Kai sat down cross-legged and cultivated, while perfecting his plan in his mind. The next day, he walked out of the tree hole and slowly landed on the ground under the guidance of the evergreen divine tree. Then he walked straight in a certain direction. Not long after, Yong Kai came to a shop that specialized in purchasing monster cores and took out all the 7 monster cores in his hand and sold them. After a while, Yong Kai left the shop with a bag of green coins and turned into the crowd. After an incense stick worth of time, after some hard bargaining, Yong Kai reached an agreement with an unfamiliar stall owner and bought all the herbs in his stall for 50 green coins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Realizing that he had met a big customer, he enthusiastically packed the herbs for Yong Kai. After a while, the same scene happened at another stall. It didn't take long for Yong Kai to spend all the green coins in his hand, but in exchange, he did get a lot of relatively common herbs that were not very valuable. Returning to the tree hole, Yong Kai took out all the herbs. Without needing to examine them carefully, Yong Kai casually took out a few herbs and summoned a bright and warm flame from his palm. Tossing these herbs into the flame, Yong Kai began to concentrate on his refinement, just as alchemists were rare in the later generations. In ancient times, the status and number of alchemists were also the same. Every alchemist was a rare talent in their tribe, and each tribe's alchemist would only concoct potions for their own clansmen. In this era, martial Tao was not prevalent, and alchemy was still under development. The process of alchemists concocting potions was simple and crude without much attention to detail. They just mixed a variety of herbs together and simply blended them together, completely unable to display the efficacy of those herbs. Yong Kai was an alchemist emperor. Even if his cultivation was sealed, even if he could not use his divine sense with his current means, he could casually refine something that would not be worse than the alchemists of those big tribes. These refined potions were his way of making money, but also the starting point of his snowball effect. Times were different, so he did not dare to do anything too shocking. Not to mention, his current strength was low, so it was impossible for him to perfect the refining process. Even so, the potions he refined and configured were the embodiment of tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. It was simply not something that today's alchemists could match. Half a day later, all the herbs were consumed, and Yong Kai had a pile of bottles and jars. In this era, jade bottles used to hold pills were extremely rare, but Yong Kai did not ask for too much. What he was refining now was not a pill but a pile of paste, so it did not matter if he stored it in stone jars. After a simple tidying up, Yong Kai left the tree hole again. In the busiest area of Snow Frost City, the flow of people was like a tide. Yong Kai sat down cross-legged in a corner and placed the things he had refined in front of him. He then took out a piece of wood and used his finger to draw a sword. Next, he wrote a large character on it and inserted it into the ground beside him. After that, he put on an aloof look and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A barbarian stall owner next to him glanced at Yong Kai and then looked at the huge word medicine on the wooden board. He could not help but sneered. How could this black, mud-like substance be medicine? Did he really think he was an alchemist? Alchemists had always been noble. So how could they come to set up a stall? If it were not for the wizard's aura coming from this guy, the barbarian stall owner would not even think that he was a barbarian at all. Unless the barbarian god sent a miracle, These things could not be sold at all. In fact, as he expected for 2 days, no one cared about young Kai's stall. Although this was a rather prosperous area with people gasping for breath, every barbarian who passed by young Kai's stall just glanced at the paste and walked away. However, young Kai was as still as a mountain. He just sat there cross-legged, not in a hurry, which made his neighbor admire his composure. In 2 days, his goods were basically sold out, and he was about to close the stall. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but the barbarian stall owner could not help but say, "You can't sell things like this." Young Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. He grinned and said, "In your opinion, how should I sell them?" The stall owner said, "You should at least shout a few times. Although these potions don't look very good, if you shout too much, someone will come to buy them. Good wine fears no dark alley. My potions are good. Even if I don't shout, someone will come to buy them." The stall owner pursed his lips. Obviously, he did not agree with this statement. Although it sounded reasonable, he shook his head and said, "Unless a miracle happens, you can't sell them in your lifetime." Young Kai smiled and said, "There's no need for a miracle. I just need an opportunity. Oh, here comes the opportunity." While speaking, Young Kai's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The neighboring stall owner was stunned for a moment. Following his gaze, he saw several barbarians of the Snow Frost tribe supporting each other as they walked towards him. Their bodies were bathed in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a great battle. Moreover, it was definitely an extremely difficult battle. This was because each of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. The leader of the barbarians had a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were churning. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of opportunity was this? The neighboring stall owner was somewhat puzzled. While he was still in doubt, the barbarian warriors had already walked past him. But at this moment, the guy who sold the potions suddenly smiled and said, "Brave warriors, please wait a moment. I see that you have a plump forehead, a round earth pavilion, and a rich vitality. You seem to have some fate with this wizard. Now, this wizard has something to give you. I hope you will kindly accept it." Chapter 28:17. Alchemy was young Kai's old profession, so if he wanted to earn enough necessities with limited financial resources in an unfamiliar environment, alchemy was the best choice. In Snow Frost City, the barbarian soldier stopped. The leader turned his head and looked around, then looked down at young Kai and said with a murderous look, "You are talking to us?" Smiling from ear to ear, Kai Yong replied innocently, "That's right." The barbarian soldier frowned. Although he didn't understand what this guy said just now, the last sentence couldn't be simpler. This guy had something to give him. Although there was no reason to miss a free gift, looking at this person's expression, the barbarian soldier felt a little distrustful. He shook his head and turned to leave. Young Kai hurriedly said, "Hero, wait a moment. What's the matter?" The barbarian soldier was quite impatient. Young Kai said, "Hero, you are seriously injured. This wizard happens to have some healing medicine here. I would like to give it to you." While speaking, he pointed his hand. The barbarian soldier stared at the few stone jars in front of him and frowned. "You call these medicine? It's the real deal." The barbarian soldier sneered with a disdainful look. The neighboring stall owner couldn't stand it anymore. He packed up his stall and prepared to leave so as not to dirty his eyes. "It's not a loss to try. Anyway, it's free. If it works, it's naturally the best. If it doesn't, you can smash my stall," young Kai said with a smile. "Is this really medicine?" The barbarian soldier saw that young Kai was serious. It didn't seem to be nonsense. He was a little curious. "It's a good healing medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll really smash your stall." Although the other party claimed to be a wizard, the barbarian soldier didn't take it to heart. This was Snow Frost City, and they were members of the Snow Frost tribe. If a foreign wizard didn't follow the rules, he would offend them. They wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try it, Yang Kai shouted. The barbarian race warrior nodded and squatted down in front of Yang Kai. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown involuntarily. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, not knowing whether or not to try this suspicious thing. Yang Kai said earnestly, "Good medicine is bitter. Although the smell of our medicine is a bit different, its effects are excellent." "I hope it works as you say," the barbarian soldier said, with a resolute expression on his face. As if he had made a great decision, he reached out and scooped out some paste from a stone jar. Under Yang Kai's instructions, he carefully and evenly applied it to the wound on his abdomen. That wound was more than a foot long, and his flesh was overturned. This kind of injury was not very serious for a barbarian. However, it would be troublesome if he did not do anything about it. The barbarian warrior's eyebrows twitched when he saw the stinky paste smeared on his body. Then he revealed an extremely surprised expression. His companions also looked at him curiously. They wanted to know if the medicine had any effect. A cool feeling spread from his abdomen, alleviating the pain. The next moment, the barbarian soldier was surprised again. He seemed to have felt something. He quickly looked down, and his eyes widened. He saw the wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood began to wriggle. Along with the wriggling, many granules began to grow from his wounds. The places where his flesh and blood had been twisted began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Forming scabs, his companions also noticed this and cried out in alarm, looking at the changes in the wound in disbelief. The neighboring stall owner, who was about to pack up and leave, was also stunned. He stared at the wound with his eyes wide open. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs and stick them on the barbarian's stomach to see clearly. The strange behavior of these people quickly attracted the attention of the passing barbarians. They curiously looked at the wound after they understood what had happened. Half an hour later, the barbarian warrior stretched out his hand and wiped his stomach. The dregs of the medicine and blood fell off. A wound that was more than a foot long appeared in front of everyone. Although it hadn't completely healed, this kind of miraculous effect was enough to make people gasp in amazement. One had to know that an hour ago his wounds were still hideous. It's really useful. When the soldier who was testing the medicine raised his head again, he stared at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude and reverence. Yang Kai smiled, but didn't say anything. The medicine he had refined was useful, but it was limited to barbarians with strong physiques and abundant blood energy. The effect wouldn't be so good if it were a cultivator of the later generations. This was because a large part of the effect of this medicine was to stimulate the flow of blood around the wound, which would increase the speed of healing. Only the ancient barbarians could use this healing medicine to achieve such an immediate effect. "Are you a pharmacist?" the barbarian asked. "For the time being, I am." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately put away their contemptuous expressions. No matter how weak Yang Kai looked, he was a pharmacist. He was worthy of respect. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. He smiled and said, "Warriors often fight. If you encounter an enemy in the wild and get injured, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. However, if you carry this wizard's holy healing medicine with you, you won't have to worry about it. This wizard's holy healing medicine can instantly restore your vitality. This is the first time this wizard has come to Snowfrost City, so I'll sell it to you cheaply." If it was before the barbarian soldier tested the medicine, no one would have asked about Yang Kai's words. But after witnessing the miraculous scene with their own eyes, no one doubted the efficacy of this medicine. The pharmacist was right. It was very troublesome for the barbarian soldiers to be injured in the wild. Although everyone knew a little bit about healing, how could they compare to the other party's healing medicine? If they could carry a little of it with them, they could heal their wounds anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the healing effect was surprisingly good. How much? Someone asked immediately. 10 green coins for one. Yong Kai had a plan and immediately reported the price. 10 green coins. This price was neither high nor low. Any adult barbarian soldier could afford it. At the same time, it would maximize Yong Kai's own benefits. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately shouted, "I'll take one." Looking at the heads in front of him, Yong Kai couldn't help grinning. After all, these were all money. Several large jars of medicine were sold out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The people who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Yong Kai closed his stall and said with a smile, "Today's medicine is sold out. If there are friends who want to buy medicine, please come early tomorrow." Turning around and leaving, the neighboring stall owner looked at his back enviously. He only felt that this figure looked so unfathomable. Selling medicine at once increased Yong Kai's assets by more than 10 times. Just like a few days ago, he took all his green coins and frantically swept through the stalls in Snow Frost City before returning to the tree hole to refine medicine. When Yong Kai came to set up the stall the next day, he saw that countless customers had already gathered in front of the stall. Some of them wanted to buy yesterday, but couldn't, while others were inexplicably heard from others. A miraculous pharmacist had appeared in Snow Frost City, and the potions he concocted could quickly heal external injuries. This news had spread throughout Snow Frost City overnight, and it was confirmed by many barbarian warriors of the Snow Frost tribe. The people of this era were still relatively simple, and there wasn't much deception. Naturally, the news that spread like crazy couldn't be false. So even though Kai Yong had brought 10 times more medicines than yesterday, it only took him less than half a day to sell them all. His assets, as he had expected, had completely snowballed, and it was only getting bigger and bigger. This was the case for 5 days in a row, and that crazy momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down. This situation made Yong Kai happy. He silently calculated the wealth in his hands and felt that he could finish his work in half a month. At that time, he would have enough green coins to buy enough maidens. As long as he raised his low-rank wizard realm to wizard realm, then the bumps in the early stage would no longer exist, and his future cultivation would be smooth. On this day, Yong Kai had just finished selling medicine and was walking on the streets of Snow Frost City to buy some raw materials. Suddenly, he frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his waist, and his face suddenly turned black. The animal skin bag that he used to store the green coins was gone. The animal skin bag contained thousands of green coins from today's medicine sale. Most of them were stored in the tree hole by Yong Kai, so there was no need to worry about their safety. A thief? How could there be a thief in this era? If it weren't for the empty feeling in his hand that made Yong Kai understand that this was not an illusion, he wouldn't have believed his judgment. Since entering this secret realm, the barbarians he had come into contact with, whether good or evil, good or bad, were all simple and straightforward people. Therefore, Yong Kai didn't expect that someone would steal his money bag in such a place. In a moment of carelessness, he actually overturned his boat. A great shame. The dignified the Emperor realm had his money bag stolen without anyone noticing. This shame could not be washed away by the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Yong Kai's expression turned cold as his eyes wandered through the crowd. Soon, he locked onto a burly barbarian who was walking through the crowd. The barbarian race's clothes were relatively simple, regardless of whether they were men or women. However, this barbarian was wrapped tightly from head to toe. It was impossible for Yong Kai to miss such a big flaw. With a light snort, Yong Kai did not intend to alarm others. His figure flickered as he quietly followed behind this person. This guy was also vigilant. He turned left and right in the crowd, not taking the usual path at all. After walking around for half an hour, he suddenly turned into a remote area with few people. Chapter 28:18. The tall barbarian, who was hiding in a hidden place, took out an animal skin bag from his bosom, opened it, and looked inside. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. Thousands of green coins. This was a lot of wealth, enough for him to spend for a year. Not bad. Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind him, startling the barbarian. He quickly turned around and stared vigilantly at the person who had just spoken. However, the moment their eyes met, the barbarian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He recognized that this person was the owner of the money bag. In Snow Frost City, there were not many barbarians as thin and weak as him. It could be said that he was the only one. However, even though he recognized him, the barbarian did not intend to admit it. Putting on a fierce look, he asked, "What's the matter?" Yong Kai was suddenly amused. "You stole my money bag and can still pretend that nothing happened. I have to say, your existence has subverted my understanding of the barbarian race." "What do you mean by your money bag?" "The one you are stuffing into your bosom." Yong Kai looked at the barbarian's movements coldly. "I don't understand what you are talking about." The barbarian put away the money bag as if nothing had happened and said impatiently, "If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Yong Kai was shocked and cursed angrily. "Shameful thief! How dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe to deal with you?" The barbarian looked at Yong Kai disdainfully and sneered. "Call them." He actually had a fearless look on his face, making Kai Yong a little dumbfounded. It was obviously impossible to call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe. Although he believed that this guy was a thief who had stolen his money bag, there was no real evidence. Calling the guards over would be a waste of time. Moreover, Yong Kai didn't want to trouble others with this kind of thing. Clicking his tongue twice, Yong Kai said, "Boy, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have." The brawny barbarian race man still sneered. "Less nonsense. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll beat you to death." While speaking, he waved his big fist at Yong Kai, looking very intimidating. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's face suddenly changed because he saw Yong Kai take a step forward and rush towards him. A fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. "You're courting death." The barbarian was furious. He had never thought that this seemingly weak person would actually take the initiative to attack him. Shocked and angry, he also threw a punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, Kai Yong suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that there wasn't any berserk power that he had imagined coming towards him. His opponent's extremely intimidating figure and fist were simply like an embroidered pillow. The barbarian's face was filled with shock and fear. That huge body flew out with its back facing the sky. In midair, the sturdy body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a petite and exquisite figure with a curvaceous figure. At the same time, a green leaf floated down from the sky. Kai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stood there stupidly for a long time without returning to his senses. Turning a barbarian into a girl with one punch, this was definitely not his fault. While Yong Kai was hesitating, the girl who fell to the ground struggled to get up. She looked at Yong Kai with a look full of fear. Look at this time. Yong Kai found that this girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and she had the aura of a wizard. Yong Kai couldn't tell what level of wizard she was. He had only been in this world for a short time, so he didn't have much contact with wizard, so he couldn't accurately judge the level of power of a wizard. After the girl's body changed, the clothes on her body became loose, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. This showed how good this girl was. She suddenly showed her original form. The girl's expression was extremely flustered. Looking around, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up the green leaf that had just fallen to the ground. She placed her hand on top of her head and her petite body twisted and changed again, returning to her previous burly figure. "You're from the Floating Wanderer Division." Yong Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exposed the girl's identity. What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl, who had transformed into a brawny man, avoided his gaze and retorted stubbornly, "Is that so?" Yong Kai looked at his opponent with a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. "I'm talking nonsense. What floating tribe?" "I'm from the Cloud Stream tribe." He. Yong Kai chuckled. Suddenly, he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, "Everyone, come and take a look. There's a thief from the floater department here. Everyone." "Shut up." The girl's expression changed greatly. She reached into her bosom and took out the money bag. She threw it directly to Yong Kai and said, "Here's your money bag. Don't shout anymore." Yong Kai threw down the money pouch and looked at the girl with a teasing look. "Since you're not from the floating department, why are you so nervous?" The girl forced herself to say, "How am I nervous?" According to the knowledge taught by the village chief, the entire ancient barbarian tribe basically valued strong physiques. However, there was one tribe that was different. That tribe was the floating department. The people of this tribe had no fixed residence. They wandered from place to place. Moreover, there were very few of them. It was rare for ordinary people to see them. They didn't pay attention to cultivating their bodies. Therefore, the physiques of their people were very different from those of other tribes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the people of the floating department didn't keep their hands clean. Every member of the floating department was born to be a thief. Therefore, this tribe had a very bad reputation among the ancient barbarian tribe. The reason why Yong Kai was despised everywhere he went was because his physique was too weak and he didn't receive any respect from others. But on the other hand, it was because some people had mistaken him for a member of the floating tribe. Yong Kai's experience was the epitome of the floating department's experience in the outside world. Yong Kai clicked his tongue twice. He circled the girl a few times and said with great interest, "I've heard about the uniqueness of the floating department. Today is the first time I've seen it. It's really interesting. Come, let me see your real body again." That malicious look made the girl's skin tighten. She said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yong Kai shrugged and said, "I'm just looking. I don't want to do anything." "Don't even think about it." Yong Kai held the horn in his hand to his mouth. When he was circulating his chi, the girl said, "Enough." She glared at him fiercely. Yong Kai looked back at her with a smile. In the end, the girl was defeated. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green leaf from the top of her head. At the same time, her tall and sturdy body immediately shrank and turned back into a girl. "You'll regret this." The girl bit her red lips. It was as if Yong Kai had killed her father. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. "That's good. You're a girl. Why do you have to dress up as a man?" Yong Kai chuckled. After seeing the wild beauty of the barbarians, he felt that the girl's normal appearance was more amiable and comfortable. "Have you seen enough?" the girl said impatiently. She put the green leaf on top of her head. The next moment, she turned back into a tall and sturdy man. Yong Kai shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still asked curiously, "Is this an illusion? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power when you used the wizard technique?" This mysterious azure leaf seemed to have an incredible effect. With this azure leaf, the young girl's appearance greatly changed, revealing her true form as soon as she threw it. Yong Kai thought that this azure leaf was a tool the young girl was using to cast her illusions, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that wasn't the case. The green leaf looked similar to a green coin. It was obviously the leaf of the evergreen god tree. Moreover, he had never heard of such a prop being used to cast the wizard technique. "It's none of your business." I've already returned the purse to you. What else do you want? The girl was extremely impatient. It was her biggest mistake to let Yang Kai see her true appearance. It could be said that the girl would not be able to control herself in the future. Fortunately, Yang Kai was not as despicable as she thought. He only pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was silent for a moment and then replied, "Dai." "My name is Anyo." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Wizard Nyo, I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Dai said. Seeing that Yang Kai did not object, she immediately turned and left. Yang Kai looked at her back as she disappeared. He chuckled and continued to purchase medicinal materials. The next day, when Yang Kai finished refining enough healing medicine and walked out of the tree hole, he did not immediately fly down. Instead, he controlled the direction and floated to another tree hole not far away. He reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. Soon, a head popped out from the tree hole. She looked at Yang Kai in surprise and said, How did you know I live here?" This neighbor was Dai, who he met yesterday. Seeing Yang Kai again and directly coming to her door, Dai's eyes were filled with panic. "Yesterday, I accidentally saw you coming back here. What do you want?" Dai was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if Yang Kai caught her stealing the purse yesterday, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Yang Kai knew her identity as a member of the Floating Corps, she was at a loss. She had lived here for more than 10 years, and this was the first time someone saw through her true identity. "Don't be nervous." Yang Kai smiled. "I just need your help with something." "What is it?" Dai frowned. "You should know that I've been selling medicine these past few days, right? It's because, that's why you targeted me, right?" Dai frowned and replied with silence, "Since, then it's easy," Yang Kai said as he handed over the jars in his hand. Dai did not take them and just looked at him suspiciously. "What are you doing?" "Help me sell medicine. You should know the price. I'll give you 10% of the profit." Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this and exclaimed, "Really? I've already given you everything. How could it be fake?" Dai quickly took the jars and was overjoyed. One must know that this wizard in front of her was so awesome that he could earn thousands of green coins a day just by selling healing medicines. 10% of the profit was equivalent to hundreds of green coins. Although it was not a lot, it was more than what she stole. Why? Dai did not understand. Logically speaking, since she stole this man's purse yesterday, he should be magnanimous enough to not find trouble with her and not expose her identity. So, why did he want to share the profit with her? Chapter 28:19. Why? No barbarian would let go of such a good thing. So, why did it fall on her? Because I don't know anyone else. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "And since I have something on you, I'm not afraid of you taking my property." The corners of Dai's mouth twitched slightly. What he said was true. As long as this wizard in front of her had her weakness, she couldn't do anything to harm the other party. However, with 10% of the profit, it didn't matter anymore. After sending Dai away, Yang Kai immediately went to Snowfrost City and found a shop that he liked before. He spent a lot of green coins to buy a lot of inner cores. During this time, he had accumulated enough financial resources to buy inner cores to support his own cultivation. Therefore, he needed someone to help him sell medicine. After all, selling medicine was a waste of time. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai pinched a longan-sized inner core and sighed softly. The early snowball had already started rolling. As long as he bought some inner cores every day and refined them, he would be able to promote to a wizard after this winter. Yang Kai was convinced of this. Swallowing the inner core into his abdomen, Yang Kai operated his cultivation method. Soon, a rolling sound of thunder came from his abdomen, and his aura expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Dai returned from selling medicine and obediently handed over 90% of the proceeds. She also got new potions from Yang Kai and prepared to sell them the next day. After not seeing him for half a day, Dai was surprised to find that the wizard in front of her had already become a mid-rank wizard. When she saw him in the morning, he was clearly a low-rank wizard. How did he become a mid-rank wizard in half a day? However, even if she was puzzled, Dai didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not wise to get to the bottom of it, especially when her little secret was still in the hands of Yang Kai. The two cooperated seamlessly. Yang Kai took a little time every day to refine potions and go out to buy inner cores, while Dai was responsible for the sales and buying materials. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Yang Kai's cultivation had made a breakthrough. Refining a dozen inner cores every day had allowed his strength to increase rapidly. Now he was already an upper wizard. As long as he had enough Dantian, he would definitely be able to become a wizard in no time, possessing one's own consciousness. At that time, he would be able to completely extricate himself from his current predicament. However, good wishes always had some twists and turns. On this day, Butterfly only returned from selling medicine in the evening. After entering Yang Kai's tree hole, she placed the stone jar in front of her. Yang Kai was surprised. Why aren't they sold out yet? In the past, all the medicines he refined every day were sold out. This was the first time he had a surplus. Butterfly said weakly, "He probably bought everything he needed. Haven't you noticed that I've been coming back later and later?" Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. These days, he had been focused on improving his wizard level, so he didn't pay much attention to Butterfly's situation. Now that she mentioned it, he realized that she was right. In the beginning, it only took her half a day to sell all the medicines she refined, but as time went by, it took her longer and longer. Until today, she didn't return until evening. Moreover, the healing medicine hadn't been sold out yet. The market is saturated. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although Snow Frost City wasn't small, and there were many barbarian warriors, the continuous sales for more than a month had caused the market to shrink. After all, it wasn't easy for the barbarian warriors to earn green coins. Although they didn't feel any pressure to pay for a healing medicine worth 10 green coins, they wouldn't buy it without a limit. Under normal circumstances, everyone should keep a spare copy on them. When it was consumed, they would buy a new one. Therefore, the more time passed, the more the purchasing power of the barbarians in Snow Frost City decreased. Thinking about this, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take a rest. You can sell it tomorrow." Butterfly naturally had no objection. After getting along with Yang Kai for more than a month, she had gradually become familiar with him. She no longer had the vigilance and fear of him before, so she turned around and left. Inside the tree hole, Yang Kai frowned. Since the market was saturated, then it would be harder and harder to sell the healing medicine he had concocted. If the potions were hard to sell, he wouldn't have enough green coins to buy the nadins, which would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any good way to improve the situation, unless there was another city similar to Snow Frost City for him to use. But in this cold winter, how could there be a second Snow Frost City in the entire barbarian race? Sure enough, as Yang Kai expected, in the following days, the healing medicine became harder and harder to sell. The amount that Yang Kai refined every day, even if Butterfly spent a day, she might not be able to sell 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was shrinking day by day. The number of nadins he could buy every day was getting smaller and smaller. Although the wizard realm was close at hand, without enough nadins to support it, he could only sigh. In this situation, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would consume all the nadins in his hand, and then make plans. On this day, while Yang Kai was cultivating, he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At a critical moment in his cultivation, Yang Kai didn't want to complicate things. He thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being stared at was getting more and more obvious. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure standing not far away. This person was an old man, but he didn't have the usual burly body of the barbarians. He looked like he was about to die, and his hair and beard were all white. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face, looking at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai was calm on the surface, but in his heart, alarm bells were ringing. How was this possible? The place he lived in was the tree hole of the evergreen divine tree. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, it was impossible for anyone as powerful as a shaman king or a shaman saint to enter without his permission. However, this old man had appeared before him without a sound. How was this possible? However, since the other party didn't show any malice, Yang Kai didn't make too much of a fuss. He just stared at him quietly. In the tree hole, their eyes met. The old man wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai with a sense of scrutiny and nodded from time to time. Yang Kai felt a little uneasy under the old man's stare. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" "Trespassing?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "That's an interesting way to put it. However, my appearance here doesn't count as trespassing." Yang Kai sneered. "This tree hole is where I live. Barging in without my permission is tantamount to trespassing. I can see that old sir is quite old, so I'm afraid your mind is still not clear. Quickly leave while this sorcerer is still in a good mood. Otherwise, if this sorcerer becomes angry, don't say I don't know how to respect the old and love the young." The old man smiled. "What? You still want to hit people?" Yang Kai said, as if it was a matter of fact. "When necessary, using force is also one of the ways to solve problems." The old man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable despite your young age." "Don't be so long-winded." Yang Kai waved his hand. "If you don't leave, then I won't be so polite." The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be so agitated, don't be agitated. I just suddenly woke up and felt a familiar aura. That's why I came to take a look. I don't mean you any harm." Yang Kai said with disdain, "Jackals and wolves are also very friendly to domestic animals." The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. At that moment, a knocking sound came from outside the tree hole. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw Dai standing outside. His heart filled with joy. He quickly let her in. Although he had never truly fought against Butterfly during the past few days, he had learned that Butterfly was definitely a powerful senior magus and was much more powerful than himself. The reason why he was able to knock her down with one punch last time was because she underestimated him. If she really used her wizard skills, he might not be a match for her. He didn't know how she trained at such a young age. No matter what this old man's background was, for him to inexplicably appear in his tree hole, Kai Yang had to treat him as an enemy. Originally, he was worried that he alone wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Dai was here, things were much easier. 2 against 1. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least make some noise and let the people of Snow Frost Tribe know. Butterfly didn't know the situation. So she came in and said with disappointment, "I didn't sell anything today." While speaking, she put down the stone jar in her hand. The next moment, Butterfly opened her eyes wide and looked at the white-haired old man in the tree hole in astonishment. Yang Kai tried to signal her with his eyes, but Butterfly ignored him and just stared in front of her. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face, and she called out, "Grandpa Ching, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" While speaking, she pounced forward and affectionately grabbed the old man's arm and smiled sweetly. Kai Yong stood there stupidly, then suddenly shivered, goosebumps appearing all over his body. If Butterfly had said such a line in a normal manner, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A beautiful girl acting coquettishly was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now, she was a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. This sudden action made Yang Kai want to poke his own eyes out. He felt that his injuries were even greater than being hit by a sorcerer saint's full-force attack. Instead, the old man smiled and said, "Why are you here? Do you know each other?" An unnatural look appeared on Butterfly's face. Apparently, she was recalling the scene when she first met Yang Kai. But she still nodded and said, "We know each other. During this period of time, we cooperated to sell medicine and earned a lot of green coins." Sell medicine? When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over the few stone jars. Immediately, an interested expression appeared on his face. He extended his hand, and a suction force appeared. There was no energy fluctuation coming from his body, but one of the stone jars flew into his hand. He carefully examined it. Chapter 28:20. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Although this move looked simple, it also showed the old man's perfect control over his strength. He thought that by teaming up with Dai, even if they could not defeat the old man, they could at least create some trouble for him. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This old man's strength was simply unfathomable. If he really had malicious intentions, even if he teamed up with Dai, he was afraid they would not be enough to deal with him. At this moment, the old man was obviously very interested in the potion refined by Yang Kai. After sniffing it for a while, he wasn't satisfied and actually put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste it. Immediately, his eyebrows rose and he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Did you refine this potion?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, it's a good healing medicine." The old man was not stingy with his praise, but it can't be used too often. If you use it too much, I'm afraid it will cause some damage to your foundation. He could see the drawbacks of this healing medicine at a glance. After all, Yang Kai's medicine was only made with very common herbs. Logically speaking, it should not have such a strong healing effect. However, it could stimulate the vitality of the barbarian's blood, making their self-healing speed faster. The same principle applied to the bloodlust technique. Using it once or twice was fine, but if it was used too often, it would damage one's foundation and cause them to age faster. However, this was not a big problem. After all, it was a wound medicine, so it was impossible for people to use it too often. I didn't expect the pharmacists of today to be so powerful. The old man was obviously interested in the healing medicine. Holding the stone jar, he began to identify the herbs used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yong pulled Dai to the side and quietly asked this old man, "Who is he?" Dai smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qing tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head. Dai said, "Since Grandpa Qing didn't say, I can't say." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, "Hurry up and give me back the green coins you earned during this time." Dai was shocked and jumped back vigilantly. "Don't even think about it. It's mine." Yang Kai sneered. "It seems you want to let everyone know your little secret." Butterfly couldn't help but grit her teeth as she looked at Yang Kai with disdain. "Despicable! Despicable! Shameless!" Yang Kai sneered. "Try something new." "Young man, you already have a guess in your heart. Why make things difficult for a little girl?" At this moment, the old man put down the stone jar in his hand and turned his head with a smile. Yang Kai frowned. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he slowly said, "Although I have a guess, I can't be sure." The old man smiled and said, "Whatever you think is the truth." Yang Kai was shocked. He looked at the old man in shock and asked in a low voice, "Old sir, are you really the evergreen divine tree?" This old man had mysteriously appeared in his tree hole, and Dai called him Grandpa Qing. With Yang Kai's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he couldn't connect the dots. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to believe them. The old man waved his hand slightly. Divine tree or whatever. It's just an exaggeration the Snow Frost tribe gave me. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary evergreen tree. Many years. It could be traced back to thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing the old man admit it, Yang Kai was relieved. Thinking about it, it was rumored that even the Wizard King, Wizard Saint couldn't enter the evergreen divine tree's tree hole. For the old man to suddenly appear in his tree hole, besides the evergreen divine tree itself. Who else in this world could do it? Because of this, Yang Kai had nothing to worry about. After living in the Snow Frost tribe for so long, although he didn't interact much with others, he had heard many legends about the evergreen divine tree. However, he had heard many legends about the evergreen god tree. This was a tree of peace, a tree of protection. Naturally, it wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. Senior Qing, please forgive me. Just now I spoke arrogantly and offended you. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Yang Kai cupped his fists respectfully. Qing chuckled. There's no need for that. Dai is under your care, so why would I blame you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior and Dai, one was the evergreen divine tree. The other was a barbarian from the floating tribe. The two didn't seem to have any relationship, but in fact, Dai seemed to be very familiar with Qing, and even called him Grandpa. 16 years ago, someone abandoned a baby girl under the tree. Qing didn't explain too much, and just patted Dai's head lightly. Dai didn't seem to mind, and just giggled, enjoying the rare doting. Yang Kai understood. It seemed that Dai was raised by Qing, so it made sense that she called him Grandpa, so intimately. As for Dai's transformation technique, it was probably Qing's protection. Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of wizard technique Dai used to transform her petite figure into a burly figure. After all, it was just a green leaf. But now, it seemed that it wasn't Dai's wizard technique but Qing's power. Under the evergreen divine tree, Qing could control everything. He gave Dai a green leaf that contained mysterious power, so it was easy for him to hide her appearance. Grandpa Qing, didn't you just wake up last year? Why are you awake again so soon? Dai asked curiously. Hearing this, Qing looked at Yang Kai and said, I feel a familiar aura. He said so before, but Yang Kai didn't believe him. Now that he said it a second time, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't doubt him. A familiar aura? Dai also turned her head curiously towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's heart stirred. Could it be the aura of the immortal tree? If there was any aura that made Qing feel familiar, then it was undoubtedly the immortal tree. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was slightly different from the evergreen divine tree, it was still a tree in the end. However, this didn't make sense. The immortal tree was still in the sealed world bead, so its aura shouldn't have leaked out. Although Yang Kai was a little suspicious, he couldn't explain too much. Very few people knew about the secret of the immortal tree. Qing looked at Yang Kai seriously for a while before shaking his head. Strange, this aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, but it's also very different. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression kept changing. Yang Kai and Dai looked at each other. They didn't want to disturb Qing, so they could only wait in boredom. Half a day later, Qing suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. I'm old. I almost fell asleep again. Although he was old, he spent most of his time in deep sleep. It was a coincidence that he woke up this time. Dai immediately said coquettishly, Grandpa Qing isn't old. Qing smiled and said, I'm awake anyway. Little Dai, help Grandpa scratch the itch. I'm not feeling well again. Okay. Dai's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found money. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Wizard awesome. Do you want to come with me? Young Kai was confused. Scratching and itch actually required help. However, seeing that there were so many youths, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He could only show his good character of respecting the old and loving the young. He walked forward and stood behind Qing, reaching out to scratch him. Dai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Qing also couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stared at Dai, unhappily. He was already so hardworking, but this guy was actually laughing. Moreover, he had a mocking expression on his face. It was simply too hateful. Dai laughed until her stomach hurt. She bent over and said, "Scratching Grandpa Qing's itch is not like this. You teach me?" Yang Kai stepped back and signaled to Dai. Dai stopped laughing, but she still couldn't help but smile. She looked at Qing and said, "Grandpa Qing, let's begin." Qing nodded and pointed forward. The not-so-spacious tree hole suddenly split open, revealing a dark passage. No one knew where it led. Dai said to Yang Kai, "Follow me." While speaking, she walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything and followed her. The moment he entered the passage, his body couldn't help but slide down. It was as if there was a sliding path under him, leading him to an unknown territory. A moment later, when Yang Kai's feet touched the ground, Dai had already cast an illumination technique, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She then pointed around and said, "The reason Grandpa Qing felt itchy is because of their existence. Our mission is to clean them up." As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up around them. Yang Kai looked up and was shocked. So many monster beasts. Dai said, "They are all parasites on Grandpa Qing's body. They reproduce very quickly. I used to come here every year to clean them up. With your help this time, it's a bargain for you." Yang Kai asked, curiously, "You said I'm here to help. How can there be a bargain?" Dai pursed her lips and smiled. "I saw that you recently bought a lot of monster cores. It seems to be for cultivation. There are so many monsters here. Don't you have any ideas?" As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was really a case of a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Yang Kai's healing medicines could no longer be sold, so he was worried about how to earn enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside Qing's body was a world of its own. And inside this world, countless parasitic monster insects absorbed Qing's strength to survive, growing at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that these monster insects of different sizes and appearances were all monster cores. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding monster insects could no longer hold themselves back and swam out from their hiding places, hissing as they surrounded the two of them. In an instant, Yang Kai and Dai seemed to have fallen into a world of monster insects, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. "Let's make it clear first. Whoever kills it gets it. Don't steal it from me when the time comes." Dai warned Yang Kai vigilantly before raising her hand and sending 3 streaks of energy forward. As soon as she attacked, Yang Kai felt a powerful fluctuation of power. A great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never thought that Dai, who had worked so hard to sell medicine without complaint, would turn out to be a great wizard. Although he could not feel her specific rank, her strength was definitely not something a wizard could display. Chapter 28-21. As soon as Butterfly made her move, she displayed her extraordinary cultivation and strength. 3 streaks of air pierced through the air, accompanied by 3 soft sounds. 3 plump monster beasts slithering over were immediately split into 2. Pale yellow juice splashed out, and the air was instantly filled with a nauseating smell. More monster insects pounced over, spitting out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Butterfly nimbly dodged, not letting the venom touch her body. When she found an opportunity, she would use her powerful wizard technique, killing and injuring the monster insects. On the other side, Yang Kai had also charged into the swarm of monster insects. He swung his fists, looking just like a real barbarian race warrior. His fighting style was the complete opposite of Butterfly's elegance, but the speed at which he killed these insects was not inferior to his opponent's. Not only that, his body was not stained with dust, and all the venom and sap that splashed in front of him was blocked by his witch shield. In less than an hour, the nest of monster insects was cleaned up. The two of them did not say a word, and began to search for monster cores among the corpses. However, after obtaining the monster cores, Yang Kai found that the monster cores of these monster insects were somewhat shrunken. They were not as round and full as the monster beast's monster cores outside. Instead, they were all crooked. Not only were they large, but the energy contained inside was also pitifully low. This was probably due to the environment of this place. These monster insects parasitized the evergreen god tree and lived by absorbing the energy of the evergreen god tree. Although they could grow quickly, their foundation was definitely not as solid as the monster beast outside. Even the quality of their monster cores was somewhat lacking. However, it did not matter. There were a lot of monster insects. If the quality was not good, they could make up for it with quantity. Since coming to this ancient world, Yang Kai's appetite was very good. He had refined and swallowed at least 800 monster beasts' monster cores. As long as it could help him quickly advance to the wizard realm, he would not miss any of the monster cores. After collecting all the monster cores, Butterfly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Ching, next place." As soon as she finished speaking, the place where the two of them were standing suddenly cracked open, leading directly to the next demonic insect nest. After passing through several places, Yang Kai and Dai joined forces. The monster insects didn't even have the strength to fight back and were all killed. Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Since Senior Qing can feel the existence of these monster insects, why doesn't he remove them himself? Instead, you want to rely on others? Although he didn't have much experience with Azure Strength, he had some guesses. The parasitic demonic insects in his body were not something powerful. In the end, it was just a disease. If he really wanted to, he could easily solve it himself. But in reality, he had been asking Butterfly for help. Butterfly replied, "Grandpa Ching never kills." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Although Yang Kai could not agree with Qing's way of life, he could more or less understand his way of thinking, considering that this was a tree of blessing. Without another word, he and Butterfly focused on cleaning up the demonic insects inside the tree. 3 days passed in a row. Yang Kai and Butterfly didn't know how many demonic insect nests they had visited. Although the quality of the dawn they harvested was still low, the quantity was endless. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Butterfly was slightly panting, but Yang Kai was still full of energy. Butterfly was amazed by him. "It's about time. You two little guys come back." Qing's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. At the same time, a passage suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of the passage, there was a faint light. Yang Kai and Butterfly looked at each other and walked toward the passage. Not long after, the two returned to Yang Kai's tree hole. Qing was still standing there, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "Thank you, young man. Helping people is the foundation of happiness. Senior, you don't need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned widely as he held up his bag of monster cores. With these gone, it shouldn't be a big problem to become a wizard. On the other side, Butterfly said apologetically, "Grandpa Qing, wait until I become stronger. I will definitely help you get rid of that insect king." Yang Kai was surprised, looking up. "There's still an insect king?" Butterfly said, "Why else do you think those insects are endless? Every time Grandpa Qing wakes up, I have to kill them, but the second time I go, there are still a lot of them." "Senior, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai immediately put down his bag and said excitedly, "Open a passage. I will go and meet that insect king." Butterfly looked at him like he was crazy. Ching smiled. "You are not strong enough. You are still not its opponent." Butterfly also said, "That is an existence comparable to the Wizard King. Be careful it doesn't swallow you in one bite." As for how strong a Shaman King was, Yang Kai had never personally experienced it. This world's classification of strength was very different from his previous lives, but in this ancient world, a Shaman King was already a hero who presided over a region. If converted to the realm of his previous life, a Shaman King was definitely at the Emperor realm. For example, Butterfly was probably around the Tao Source realm. After being mocked by Butterfly, Yang Kai was about to refute when he heard Ching say, "You have a guest. She has been waiting for you for 2 days. You should meet her first." Yang Kai frowned, poked his head out of the hole suspiciously, and looked down, only to see a familiar figure walking anxiously down below. Feather! Yang Kai didn't expect that the guest Ching was talking about was actually her. Although he and Feather were acquaintances and had fought side by side, they were not close. After bringing Yang Kai to Snowfrost City, Feather had not contacted him again, so why was she looking for him at this time? Ching suddenly said, "Young man, please help me scratch my itch. This azure leaf will be my thanks." Saying so, she stretched out her hand, and a green leaf suddenly appeared between her fingers, which she flicked slightly and floated towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the azure leaf but did not feel any power fluctuations from it, so he asked curiously, "Dare I ask, Senior, what is the use of this azure leaf?" Ching smiled slightly and said, "It's not very useful, but within the range of my shelter, I can return to your residence with a single thought. So that's how it is." Yang Kai raised his brow and solemnly put away the azure leaf. Although this azure leaf could only allow him to return to the tree hole, and seemed to be of little use, since it was given to him by Ching, he could only accept it. Ching did not say anything more, and her figure flickered, disappearing. After 3 days of fighting, Butterfly also seemed a little tired, so at this time she also said goodbye and returned to her tree hole to rest. After the two left, Yang Kai poked his head down and greeted, "Are you looking for me?" Feather raised her head when she heard this and showed a look of surprise. She chanted an incantation, and a blue light enveloped her, slowly floating up and soon entering Yang Kai's tree hole. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Feather was about to open her mouth to explain the purpose of her visit, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, and immediately said in shock, "You are an upper-rank wizard. How long has it been?" At most, it has only been a little more than a month. The last time when she brought him back from Luobai Mountain, he was only a lower-rank wizard. How could he be promoted to an upper-rank wizard in such a short time? If she did not see it with her own eyes, Feather would not believe that there was such a nonsense in this world. She herself did not have the slightest change in this 1 month. Yang Kai shrugged and did not explain. As the foundation of the Emperor realm, he did not have any bottlenecks in the ancient wizard's cultivation. He only needed to accumulate power for a certain time, and then he would be able to break through. And this was because his cultivation method was too inferior. The cultivation method he used was only taught to him by the village chief. What kind of good cultivation method could there be in a place like Sangnan Village? If he could obtain a set of cultivation methods used by the wizard saints, his cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After being shocked for a while, Feather came back to her senses and softly said, "Wizard Bowl, the cart master wants to see you." "The cart master? Who is he?" Yang Kai frowned. Feather's face revealed a trace of reverence as she replied, "The cart master is one of the great wizards of the Snowfrost tribe." "Why would a great wizard of the Snowfrost tribe want to see me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. It was not that he had never seen a great wizard before, Butterfly was a great wizard, but because of her sensitive background, she never dared to reveal herself. Otherwise, she would also be an influential person. Therefore, although Feather spoke with a solemn expression, Young Kai was not nervous at all. Feather hesitated for a moment before asking, "That healing medicine, is it really you who made it?" "Yes," Young Kai nodded and admitted. Feather was in awe. "I didn't expect you to be an apothecary. It's like this. During this period of time, many of our clansmen have bought healing medicines from you, and they all feel that the effects are very good. Therefore, our Snow Frost tribe wants you to concoct more as a backup. Of course, we will prepare the materials for you. You only need to concoct the medicines." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. If it were 3 days ago, he would have been very happy to hear this news because at that time, the demand for healing pills had been very low, and he had been worried about how to earn more monster cores. Now, that Snow Frost tribe had this intention. He didn't need to worry about not having enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now he had a full harvest and was thinking of going into seclusion to refine the monster cores so that he could quickly reach the wizard realm. The Snow Frost tribe's sudden move made him feel a little helpless. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "All right, you lead the way." In any case, it didn't take much effort to make those healing medicines, so it didn't matter if he cultivated while refining them. Seeing him agree, Feather was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much. Barbarians are a family." Yang Kai laughed. After leaving the tree hole, under Feather's lead, the two walked all the way to the most magnificent palace. In the ancient world, such a palace was very rare. The places where the barbarians lived had always been simple and crude. Only those with high status could live in such a palace. The palace complex in Snow Frost City was the royal palace of the Snow Frost tribe, where the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe lived. The great wizard called Che also lived in this palace. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it was already an honor for him to come in contact with a great wizard. It was impossible for him to see the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe. Chapter 28-22. He followed Feather all the way into the palace. After an hour, they finally arrived in front of a tall and powerful great wizard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of wizard arts that the great wizard practiced. His aura was like thunder, and his eyes were sharp. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. "Master Che, this is the wizard Bull." Feather respectfully bowed to the wizard and introduced Yang Kai to Che. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Yang Kai also did, as the Romans did. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Wizard Bull greets Master Che." Che nodded slightly and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder rolling. "You are the wizard who made the healing potion?" "Yes." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at Che. Che said with interest, "It's rare to see a barbarian like you. Are you from the floating tribe?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Southern barbarian tribe. I'm just a little weak." No shaman or barbarian would deny their origins. That was a form of contempt for themselves. Therefore, even though Yang Kai looked very weak and looked very much like a member of the floating department, since he said so, Che did not question him. Che pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Potioneers don't need a strong body. The healing potion you made is very popular in my tribe, so you don't have to belittle yourself." "Thank you, Master, for your praise." Yang Kai's neither servile nor overbearing appearance made Che look at him in a new light. It was rare to see a high-rank wizard who could be so free and easy in front of him. Wait, didn't Feather say that he was only a low-rank wizard? How could he be a high-rank wizard? There was a difference of 2 ranks. He believed that Feather wouldn't make a mistake in this information. Although he was suspicious, Che didn't ask much. He just said, I believe Feather has already told you why he invited you here. Yong Kai replied. Feather did say so, and I, Wizard Bowl, am also willing to contribute to the Snow Frost Division. Che's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, Very good. Since that's the case, Feather, bring the Wizard Ox in. Go ahead and report it. Yes, Feather answered, and led Yong Kai inside. Not long after, the two of them entered a side room. To Yong Kai's surprise, there were already two people here. Moreover, they were both very old, and their auras were much stronger than his own. Obviously, they were both sorcerer-level existences. Of the two old men, one had white hair, and the other had flowery hair. Seeing Feather and Yong Kai come in, they all looked at Feather inquisitively. Feather nodded slightly. Only then did the two old men walk forward and say in unison, Greetings, Master Nyo. Yong Kai was stunned. These two are... Feather's expression was a little unnatural. They are the helpers that Master Nyo arranged for you. If you need any help, just tell them. Is that so? Yong Kai smiled. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't point it out. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. Seeing Yong Kai's deep smile, Feather's expression became even more unnatural. He even felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Yong Kai didn't question him and said, I need some herbs. Please help me get them. Oh, okay. What do you need? Feather quickly asked. Yong Kai immediately reported the names of the herbs, and Feather memorized them one by one. The two old men also pricked up their ears and listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single thing. After a while, Yong Kai reported the names of the herbs and the quantities needed. Feather immediately turned around and went out to prepare. Only Yong Kai and the old man were left in the room. Yong Kai turned his head and said, Seniors, how should I address you? The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. They didn't want to reveal their names. Yong Kai found it funny. He thought that the ancient barbarian tribe was the ancient barbarian tribe after all. They were pure and simple. Although they didn't pay much attention to stealing skills, their conscience was probably condemned, so they didn't want to reveal their names. Yong Kai didn't force them. He just found a place and took out a handful of monster insect cores from his bag. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. These monster cores were the size of rice grains. Not only were they small in size, but the energy they contained was also very low. Yong Kai was able to eat a few dozen of them at a time. A strange sound came from his abdomen, causing the two old men who had come to secretly learn from him to be dumbfounded. However, the two of them didn't know what Yong Kai was eating, only that he should be cultivating. So, although they were surprised, they remained silent and didn't disturb him. In less than half an hour, Yong Kai had finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. His aura suddenly became stronger. When he did the same thing again, the two old men finally saw what he was eating. The white-haired old man was shocked and quickly stopped him. Master Nyo, these are monster beast cores. How can you swallow them? The old man also stopped him. You can't eat them. You can't eat them. They had never seen anyone who dared to swallow a monster beast core like this. Wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? I've always eaten like this. As Yong Kai spoke, he kept throwing monster cores into his mouth. Crunching sounds came from his mouth, which made the two old men's hair stand on end. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Do you too want some? They taste like monster insects. Crunchy. Yong Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, opening his palm. The two old men shook their heads like a rattledrum, and they were shocked to the core. Fortunately, at this time, a large group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians suddenly came in. Each of them brought a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Feather was the leader and ordered the barbarians to put the medicinal ingredients on the side. After all the medicinal ingredients were placed, Feather said, Wizard Nyo, everything you want is here. I'll wait outside. If you need anything else, just call me." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded at her. Feather turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. Then he opened his eyes and said to the two old men, "Let's start." The two old men's expressions turned solemn as they stood up together. 2 flower rain branches, 1 earth pear fruit, 3 wolfberry grass. Yang Kai kept saying the names and quantities of the medicinal ingredients. The two old men were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately entered the state. They accurately found what Yang Kai needed from the thousands of medicinal ingredients. No matter the type or quantity, they didn't miss anything. After a while, a pile of medicinal ingredients was piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a few medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his other hand. The flame flickered, and the temperature fluctuated. The two old men's expressions suddenly froze. They didn't have time to feel ashamed or guilty. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's hand movements. They were all the most outstanding pharmacists in the Snow Frost Division. They were all people of virtue and prestige. This time, they were arranged by Wu Che to secretly learn from him. They felt very ashamed, but they also knew that they couldn't concoct that miraculous healing medicine. Even though they knew the ingredients of the medicine, they still couldn't do anything. But the medicine that a pharmacist mastered was usually a tribe secret. It wouldn't be easily leaked. If they wanted to know how to make the healing medicine, they could only cooperate with the wizard Nyo and help the wizard Nyo in the name of his assistant. Then they could secretly learn from him, but who knew that he had already seen through their intentions. He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Not only did he openly make the medicine, he even had the intention of deliberately teaching them. Compared to their despicable methods, this kind of breadth of mind and feelings was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This made the two respected pharmacists feel more and more guilty. Although they felt guilty, the two pharmacists were still extremely focused and persistent on the path of refining medicine. So, at this moment, they were holding their breaths and watching attentively. They were prepared to thank and apologize to the wizard Neo when the time came. With the personal demonstration of an alchemy master like Yang Kai, the two old men quickly understood the secret of refining the healing medicine. They were originally good pharmacists. Yang Kai's healing medicine wasn't difficult to make. It was just that some of the refining methods looked a little strange. The two old men only needed to ponder for a little while to master it. After all, they also had a deep foundation in refining medicine. So, in less than a day, the two pharmacists had basically grasped the refining method of the healing medicine. Under Yang Kai's encouragement, they personally experimented with it. Yang Kai didn't care about them. He refined his Niden and raised his cultivation. He only waited for them to finish refining before inspecting them and giving his own opinions and pointing out their mistakes. The quality of the healing medicine made by the two pharmacists was gradually improving. Days passed quietly. In the palace, the two old men and one young man had almost forgotten the passage of time. Although the two pharmacists of the Snow Frost tribe were old, they were excited every day. This was because the more they interacted with this wizard, the more they found that this young pharmacist grasped a terrifying knowledge of medicine. Often, a few words of advice from him would give them a feeling of enlightenment and endless benefits. The healing medicine made by them was no different from the one refined by Yang Kai himself. In other words, this healing medicine could be commonly used by the people of the Snow Frost tribe in the future. They didn't need to worry about ordinary external injuries. This was a major event that benefited the entire tribe. The two old men were grateful to Yang Kai. 10 days later, the large amount of medicinal herbs sent by Feather were all refined into healing medicine by the two old men. With such a large amount of healing medicine, the tribe didn't need to worry about external injuries for at least 20 years. They could even sell it to other tribes in exchange for other precious cultivation and living materials. While the two old men were concentrating on refining medicine, they didn't notice that at a certain moment, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, the nadins of the demonic insects he had harvested were completely used up. Yang Kai joyfully sensed his body's condition. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as lightning, frighteningly bright. The bumpy early stage had passed. The following cultivation path would be smooth. What awaited him would be a situation of rapid progress. Chapter 28-23. In the palace, the wizard Che was holding a small bottle of sticky healing medicine. After a long silence, he raised his head and asked, "Did you refine these?" In front of him, the white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other. The former replied, "Strictly speaking, we refined them under the guidance of Master Nyo." The wizard Che asked, "Did you learn?" The two old men nodded. The white-haired old man said with some shame, "He didn't hide anything. He was very willing to teach us how to make these healing medicines, so we learned quickly." "Very good." The wizard Che smiled and said, "What do you think of this wizard Nyo?" The white-haired old man said, "He's broad-minded." The white-haired old man said, "He's open-minded." Che said, "I'm talking about his ability." The two old men were silent for a moment and said in unison, "No one can compare to him." Che's eyes suddenly lit up like a hungry beast that saw its prey. He said lightly, "It's a pity that the southern barbarian tribe didn't make good use of such an excellent alchemist." After a pause, he said to the side, "Feather, treat him well. Do everything to meet his requirements, but don't let him leave the palace." Feather's heart trembled. He understood Che's intention and said with a complicated expression, "Yes." The white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other and sighed slightly. They wanted to say something, but when they looked up, Che had disappeared. In another part of the palace, in a wing room that could be called luxurious in the ancient world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged, feeling the power he had lost and regained. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as the village chief had said. After reaching the sorcerer realm, Yang Kai had his own divine sense. Once he had his divine sense, all the restrictions that had been restricting Yang Kai's progress had been shattered. He could open his space ring again, and many artifacts could be used. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. He immediately checked the small sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had devoured so many law fragments on the 4th floor of the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had deliberately collected the power of the law of the 5 elements. According to his deduction, when the 5 elements were united, a world would be born. However, he had never had the opportunity to investigate the changes in the sealed world bead. Until now, after his soul avatar entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately noticed that this world was very different from before. Although there were no obvious changes on the surface, the sealed world bead had followed him for many years, so even the slightest change could not escape his eyes. If the small sealed world was said to be an incomplete world before, then, at this moment, this world had been completely repaired. Yang Kai could clearly feel that this world was filled with all kinds of mysterious laws, with the laws of the 5 elements as the foundation. They mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Under the mutual evolution, they gave birth to all things and gathered the 3,000 great Daos of the world. This was the real world, a world without any flaws. In the past, the mysterious small world's principles were incomplete. So, if one's strength exceeded a certain realm, it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in the mysterious small world because it could not resonate with the world principles. It could not allow the world energy to gather and undergo a baptism. But now, this situation no longer existed. Even if someone broke through to the Emperor realm, it would not hinder them in the slightest. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He carefully explored the small sealed world, feeling the joy of this new world. And the completion of the small sealed world seemed to have made his medicine garden more vibrant. Many exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden swayed and grew, with the immortal tree as the center. The amazing vitality brought about by it allowed countless herbs to grow vigorously. What made Yang Kai most happy was that he felt a hazy will in the small sealed world. It was the will of this world, like a newborn baby that had just taken shape. It was confused and not fully awake yet. But Yang Kai knew that as long as it was given a certain amount of time, it would completely grow up. And at that time, that would be when he used it to comprehend the power of the world and break through the shackles of the great emperors. This was also the original intention of Yang Kai taking great pains to repair the small sealed world. Now, it seemed that he had taken the right step. He was not in a hurry to leave the small sealed world. Instead, he immersed his mind in it, turning it into an invisible force that spread out. Like a parent, he communicated with the confused will of the small sealed world. Failure after failure, rejection after rejection, Yang Kai tried again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the rejection of the will of the world had weakened slightly. It seemed that it was gradually accepting him. Just as Yang Kai was about to take it down in one go, his vision suddenly turned black. His soul avatar collapsed and returned to his physical body in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fell to the ground with a bang. His head hurt like it was splitting. Yang Kai's face was dark. He knew that this was because he had overused his spiritual energy. Although he was now a wizard and had opened his divine sense, he was still far from his peak. Using his soul avatar like this without restraint was extremely taxing on his body. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem at all. But now it was a big problem. The sound of him falling to the ground alarmed the people guarding outside the door. Feather rushed in immediately. When she saw Yang Kai's pale face and bleeding from his 7 orifices, her face changed. She hurried forward to help him up and shouted, "Wizard Awesome, what happened to you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. After seeing her appearance, he waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He flipped his palm and took out a spirit pill to replenish his divine sense. He took it without a trace and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Although Feather was worried, seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, she was also a little affected. She stood next to him and paid close attention to him. What shocked her the most, though, was that after a short while, Yang Kai's face lit up, causing her eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Feather could more or less see the situation just now. It was obvious that this wizard Awesome had something wrong in the process of cultivation. This was a matter of life and death. How could he be safe and sound in such a short time? Just when she was in a daze, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Feather was startled, but still answered, 5 days. It had been 5 days since Yang Kai entered this room. Feather had also come to check once before. Seeing that Yang Kai was cultivating, she did not want to disturb him. So she had been waiting outside the door. "It's been so long," Kai Yang said as he jumped off the bed. After straightening his body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Stretching his body, he said, "Now that I've finished my business, I should go back." Feather was shocked and quickly stopped him. "You can't leave yet?" "Why?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Feather thought quickly and finally came up with a good excuse. The carriage master wants to see you. Yong Kai frowned. Although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he still said patiently, "Then take me to see the carriage master now." Feather said with a stiff expression, "The carriage master is out and has not returned. I don't know when he will come back." Yong Kai looked at her and saw that Feather was avoiding his gaze, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't help but smile. Barbarians are naturally not good at lying. The image of a thief suddenly appeared in his mind, and he added, "Most of them are. The carriage master wants to keep me in the Snow Frost tribe." After being exposed by Yong Kai, Feather panicked and did not know how to explain. Yong Kai patted her shoulder and said, "I have already taught you how to make the medicine. Go back and tell the carriage master that I don't like him. Although I have no intention of making an enemy out of the Snow Frost tribe, if they want to restrict my freedom, I'm afraid that the Snow Frost tribe will have to pay a price." Although his tone was light, it made Feather feel cold. At that moment, she felt that she was not facing a high-rank wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint. Yong Kai walked past her, but Feather felt that her body was stiff. She could not even turn around. In her shock, she realized that she could not control her body. What kind of wizard spell was this? How could it have such a miraculous effect? After a few muffled thuds, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers guarding the door had been taken down. Feather sighed slightly. Although she felt that it was a pity, she also felt relieved. She could understand why the carriage master wanted to keep this wizard bull in the Snow Frost tribe. An apothecary who could make that kind of medicine was a huge asset. If they could keep him in the Snow Frost tribe to serve the tribe, it would be greatly beneficial to the tribe. Unfortunately, before the carriage master could explain to him in detail, the wizard bull had already forced his way out. Now that things had escalated to this point, she did not know how to deal with it. In any case, there was no room for her to interfere in this matter. In the White Mountains, she owed the wizard bull a favor. She did not want to use this kind of method to trick him, so she felt a lot more at ease. In the palace, wherever Yong Kai passed by, the barbarian warriors would silently fall down. When he was about to walk out of the palace, a tall, great wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. His aura was as strong as thunder. If it was not Carriage, who else could it be? As the great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe and one of the commanders of the palace, Yong Kai had taken down so many people along the way. If he did not realize it, then he would really be derelict in his duties. Looking at the seemingly weak tribesmen in front of him, Carriage could not hide the admiration and surprise in his eyes. As a pharmacist with outstanding abilities, it was already extremely rare. Who would have thought that Wu Nio's strength was also so tyrannical? No wonder he dared to travel alone in the Luo by mountain in the cold winter snow. Previously, when he heard Feather's report that he single-handedly killed 6 bone-corroding wolves and 1 wolf king, Chase still couldn't believe it. But now, it seemed that it was probably true. How could such a person not be from the Snow Frost tribe? However, it was not too late now. As long as he could convince him to join the Snow Frost tribe, it would be fine. A powerful wizard joining another tribe was not a strange thing in this world, and the best way to win someone over was to cater to their interests. Chapter 28-24. However, it had only been a short time, so Che didn't know what Wu Nio liked. He had been collecting information about Yong Kai these days, but he couldn't find any useful information. He only knew that Yong Kai entered Snowfrost City with you more than a month ago and lived in the hollow of the divine tree. If it weren't for the miraculous healing medicine he had concocted to sell, Che was afraid that he would have kept a low profile. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. He should stay in the Snowfrost tribe and shine brightly. Senior Che, across from him, Yang Kai grinned sarcastically. Is this how your Snow Frost tribe treats its guests? Che's expression didn't change as he said, Since you are here, it seems that you understand my intentions. This wizard sincerely invites you to join the Snow Frost tribe. I don't know what you mean. Yang Kai said, I can feel Master Che's sincerity. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Che frowned, clearly displeased by Yang Kai's casual and presumptuous attitude. Although they weren't from the same tribe, a lower wizard had to show respect to a higher wizard. However, Che didn't feel the slightest bit of respect from this wizard. However, this matter was his fault, so Che couldn't blame him. It wasn't proper to arrange for someone to secretly learn from him. The other party was magnanimous and was willing to teach them, so the Snow Frost tribe was very grateful. Now that he wanted to keep this person, it would be a bit too greedy. What conditions do you have? If the Snow Frost tribe can satisfy you, I will agree to all of them. Che didn't want to give up. He still wanted to keep Yang Kai for his own use. My willingness can't be bought with money. Yang Kai shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, So far, I don't have any opinions about the Snow Frost tribe. However, if Master Che continues to talk nonsense, my opinion of the Snow Frost tribe will change. AI. Che sighed heavily and raised his hand. Wizard, you're awesome. This wizard doesn't want things to go this far, but since we can't talk, I can only keep you here. I believe you can stay in the palace for a while. According to what you said to Feather, the barbarian tribe is a family. Doesn't it matter where we serve? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, crackling and exploding towards Yang Kai. Halfway through, the bolt of lightning suddenly collapsed and turned into a net of electricity. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was completely enveloped. Yang Kai was tied up like a dumpling, his hair standing on end. However, Che frowned. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, it was mainly to trap the other party. He had no intention of harming the other party. However, his expression didn't change, even after receiving his wizard spell. This gave Che a shock. The other party was only an upper-ranked wizard. Logically speaking, he should have fainted, but Yang Kai's eyes were clear. There was no sign of him fainting. Master Che. At this moment, Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth. It's not that I look down on you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. At this point, the net of electricity that enveloped him was suddenly crushed by a surge of power. Che's expression changed, and he said in shock, Wizard. When Yang Kai made his move, he saw through the details. This guy, when did he become a wizard? When he saw him a few days ago. He was clearly just an upper-ranked wizard. In just a few days, he actually crossed the shackles of a large realm. Although it was only from a wizard to a wizard, which didn't seem to be much of an improvement, it was a watershed in the wizard realm. Countless wizards were stuck in this watershed, unable to improve their whole life. Thinking about the information that Feather had revealed, Che's eyes lit up. He had found a treasure. This wasn't a simple wizard. This wizard's strength had increased at a terrifying speed. A month ago, he was only a low-ranked wizard, but a few days ago, he was already an upper-ranked wizard. This time, he was already a wizard. Such a rapid improvement meant that he had received the blessings and blessings of the barbarian god. If he had more time, he would have become a great wizard, a wizard king, or even a wizard saint. The Snow Frost tribe didn't have a wizard saint, only a few wizard kings, so there was still a gap between them and the top tribes. However, if the Snow Frost tribe had another wizard saint, the status of the entire tribe would rise by a lot. No matter what, he couldn't let this wizard leave today. He had to keep him here no matter what. Even if he hated him, he had to make him a member of the Snow Frost tribe at all costs. When he reached the peak of the wizard saint, the Snow Frost tribe would shake the world. As his thoughts raced, Che made up his mind. His aura began to roll, and arcs of electricity flowed around his body. He smiled and said, "Wizard, you're amazing. This wizard thinks more and more highly of you. Stay and become a member of the Snow Frost tribe." Yong Kai coldly snorted, "I was born a member of the Southern Barbarian tribe, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Southern Barbarian tribe. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the ability." Che still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and condensed a wizard shield in front of him as a great wizard. His years of immersion in wizard spells had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of mastery. The power he used was just right, not a single bit more, not a single bit less, and not a single bit more was wasted. This kind of wizard shield was definitely not something a newly promoted wizard could break through. Che was full of confidence, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, because a clear cracking sound entered his ears, and the wizard shield he had just set up shattered in an instant. A fist that wasn't very powerful was rapidly growing in front of him. The wizard shield had been broken. It was hard for Che to imagine what kind of violent power was hidden in that weak body. This kind of brute force was not inferior to the strongest warrior of the tribe, who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique. With a bang, Yong Kai's fist hit Che's face and directly broke his nose. When blood splashed, Che was already flying upside down. Yong Kai didn't have the slightest joy after his success. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. He saw that the flying Che burst with a puff, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he turned into a withered tree. At the same time, thunder roared behind him, and a powerful force seemed to shroud him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he didn't know when Che had appeared behind him. He was floating in the air, and in his hand was something like a beast bone. It was unknown what kind of beast the bone belonged to, but it showed a purple light, and on the beast bone there were frequent flashes of lightning. Che raised the beast bone and pressed it down, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, mixed with an unparalleled power. Yong Kai's feet moved, and he dodged. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Che raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Yong Kai was so fast. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could already see that this wizard was not to be underestimated, although it hadn't been long since he became a wizard. And it seemed that he only relied on the explosive power of his physical body. This kind of strength was not something that a wizard could contend against. Unfortunately, he was a great wizard. He was a whole realm higher than him. With a wave of his hand, an electric python flew out from the beast bone. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and when the python opened its mouth, Yong Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Che seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and predicted where Yong Kai would land in advance, successfully catching him off guard. "Give up. With your ability, you won't be able to contend against me. The Frost tribe is looking forward to your joining," Che said with a face full of sincerity. Yong Kai sneered and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The myriad sword appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of the sword, a sword light flew out like a waterfall. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through the body of the electric python, splitting it into two. It flew past Che's body and shattered a palace in the distance. The corner of Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the myriad sword in Yong Kai's hand. Sangnan village was located in a remote area, and there were no strong people in the village. Naturally, there were no decent weapons. The villagers fought with stone spears and stone axes, but the Frost tribe was different. The strong warriors in the tribe all had their own weapons, which were made of refined iron. Some of the strong warriors even had great wizard's weapons. The beast bone on the driver was also a kind of wizard's weapon. He wasn't an inexperienced person, but when he saw the myriad sword, his heart trembled. That sword was definitely a wizard's weapon, and it was an extremely high-level wizard weapon. Che had only seen such a high-level wizard weapon once, and it was owned by the Wizard King of the Frost Tribe. How could a wizard have such a powerful wizard's weapon? Moreover, with his strength, he could use it freely. Even a great wizard like himself couldn't use such a wizard's weapon. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Yong Kai pointed the sword at the wizard Che, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, "Master Che, I'll say it one more time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back." Yong Kai's confident tone shook Che's heart, but he grit his teeth and quickly said, "The Frost Tribe needs you. Please stay." Stomping his foot in the air, a Thunder Realm territory suddenly spread out wildly with him as the center, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Inside this Thunder Realm territory, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Territory. Yong Kai grinned. This Thunder Realm territory was somewhat similar to the territory controlled by an Origin King realm cultivator, but there were also big differences. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the martial Dao had become more prosperous, but there had also been some changes. Che's Thunder Realm territory was more powerful than any Origin King territory Yong Kai had ever seen. Even if an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator were to fall into it, they would likely have to struggle. Che had obviously fought a bloody battle, his hair and beard wild as he shouted, "Enter my thunder prison and submit to my control. Wizard Cow, surrender. I don't want to hurt you." Yong Kai said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Che shook his head and sighed. "It seems that I will have to show you the power of this wizard in order to change your opinion of my Frost Tribe." Che raised his hand and shouted, "Bind." Chapter 28-25. As soon as the wizard's words fell, the surrounding thunder force condensed and wrapped around Yong Kai, directly suppressing him on the spot. Che raised his head and asked proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to reconsider?" Within the Thunder World territory, he was already in control of everything, so this wizard in front of him would not be able to cause any trouble. Yong Kai struggled a few times, but his body was firmly locked in place, unable to move, so he could not help but praise, "Impressive!" Che's brow furrowed slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. The faint praise of this wizard made him feel extremely amused, as if he was not facing a newly promoted wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint, standing in a position he looked up to and commenting on the methods he was so proud of. Why did he have such a strange feeling? The other party was just a wizard. But in the next moment, Yong Kai took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and gently swung the myriad sword in his hand. The tip of the sword suddenly fluctuated, creating strange ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever these ripples passed, the Thunderworld territory suddenly loosened and showed signs of collapsing. Che turned pale with fright, and he no longer dared to hold anything back. His body trembled as he increased his control over the lightning domain. Just now, when he displayed the Thunderworld territory, he did not use his full strength. After all, the other party's cultivation was a great realm lower than his own. But who would have thought that this wizard actually had the ability to shake his own Thunderworld territory? But it was all in vain. The ripples from the wizard's sword seemed to contain incredible power, and no matter how he increased his control, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of his Thunderworld territory. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Che's forehead as he stared at Yong Kai like he was looking at a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. The myriad's sword danced gently as the power of space principles lingered around it. Yong Kai took a step forward, broke through the Thunderworld territory, and walked towards Che step by step. In the later martial Dao world, an origin returning realm cultivator had to master Sure while an origin king had to master territory fields. Once one reached the Tao Source realm, they would be able to communicate with the world principles. As for those in the Emperor realm, they would be able to control the world principles. The carriage was in the territory of the Lightning realm. Strictly speaking, it was better than the territory domain of an origin king, and it also allowed Yang Kai to communicate with a trace of world principles. However, Yang Kai's power was far superior to his. If Che had not tried to display his slight skill in front of an expert by trying to bind Yang Kai with this thunderbounded domain, he would have had a real fight with him. Yang Kai might have to expend some effort. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was currently limited, so the power he could unleash was limited. However, Che didn't understand the situation and wanted to crush Yang Kai with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. This gave Yang Kai the opportunity to break through the situation easily. The power of space principles was extremely mysterious, and now that it suddenly filled the territory of the Thunder World, it instantly caused the territory of the Thunder World to tremble. Wherever Yang Kai's figure passed, the lightning in the sky turned into a blank, and all the territory was wiped out. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. It was clear at a glance. When the other party's footsteps landed, Che could even hear the sound of his own territory collapsing. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Yang Kai's mouth was full of a mocking smile, while Che's expression was no longer as calm and aloof as before. When Yang Kai's final step landed, it was as if he wasn't stepping on the void, but on Che's heart. The powerful Great Wizard, one of the commanders of the Snow Frost Division, the Wizard Che, trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood. The territory of the Thunder World instantly collapsed, and his figure staggered backwards. She clutched her chest, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. The destruction of his territory was equivalent to his foundation being damaged, and his injuries were not light. Previously, this wizard had boasted that it was impossible for him to stop him. He thought that he was just spouting nonsense, but now it seemed that he was speaking the truth. How could there be such a wizard in this world? Yang Kai didn't feel the joy of breaking through the situation. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, then clicked his tongue and said gloomily, "So troublesome." While talking, he took out a green leaf and communicated with it. When the green light flashed, his figure had already disappeared. In the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was like that of a sleeping dragon waking up. The appearance of this aura seemed to have caused an incredible chain reaction. Soon, auras that weren't inferior to the aura came from all over the palace. Those were the great wizard kings of the Snow Frost tribe. In the entire palace, all the people of the Snow Frost tribe were pale, trembling, and standing with their heads down. Several powerful divine senses swept over, and Che resisted the attack of his injuries. He reached out his hand to his chest and bowed to the void. "Greetings to the master." "What happened?" The aura that appeared first suddenly spoke. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. Che pondered for a moment and briefly described what had happened before, focusing on Yang Kai's various incredible abilities and potion concocting skills. The Wizard Kings were silent for a moment, and it was unknown if they communicated with each other. The Wizard King who spoke before said, "Since he is useful to the tribe, go and invite him again. However, the Green Master seems to be protecting him. Don't be too rude." Green Master. Che's expression changed. There was only one person in the entire barbarian race who could be called the Green Master by the Wizard King Master. It was the evergreen god tree that protected the entire Snow Frost City. He actually received the protection of the Green Master? While he was hesitating, a look of sudden realization appeared on Che's face. No wonder that Wu Neo suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was Master Qing's means, an ability. He was just thinking about what was going on. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have taken out a green leaf before disappearing. The auras of the wizard kings disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they receded like the tide. Che frowned, and his face was filled with difficulty. The Wizard King Master wanted him to invite the Wizard Bull over, but the Wizard Bull was protected by the Green Master. If the other party was unwilling, what ability did he have to invite him over? If it was before, he would have had the confidence to directly suppress the Wizard Bull with force, but after the battle with the Wizard Bull, Che felt that he did not have the ability to do so. That Wizard Bull could not be treated as an ordinary wizard. His strength was at least at the level of a great wizard. It could even be said that he was at the peak of a great wizard. On the other side, after communicating with the evergreen god tree through the green leaf and returning to his tree hole, Yong Kai knocked on the trunk and called out without any trace of politeness, "Senior Green!" A figure flashed in the tree hole, and an old man leisurely appeared, looking at him with a smile. Yong Kai did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of us these days. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." The Snow Frost tribe wanted him, although they did not want to take his life, and only wanted him to work for them. Yong Kai did not want to lose his freedom because of this, so it was better for him to leave first. With his current strength, he had a good chance of winning against a great wizard like Che, but against the entire Snow Frost tribe, he had no chance of winning. Previously, he had alarmed the Wizard King, so if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of coming to Snow Frost City. Now that he had become a wizard, it would be best for him to return to a remote place like Songnan Village. With the help of the million inner cores in his ring, as long as he was given time, he would be able to quickly advance. When he was strong enough, even if the Snow Frost tribe wanted to keep him, they would not be able to do so. While talking, Yong Kai looked out of the tree hole. It was calm outside, and there were people coming and going under the tree. It was a peaceful scene. Obviously, what happened in the palace had not spread here yet. Thinking about it, he had teleported back here, using the green leaf. No matter how fast the Snow Frost tribe reacted, they would at least have some buffer time. With this buffer time, it was enough for him to leave the Snow Frost tribe's territory and fly far away. At that time, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and what could the Snow Frost tribe do to him? Don't be in a hurry to leave. Green raised his hand and said, "Senior, do you have any other advice?" Yong Kai asked curiously. Green reached out and stroked his beard, smiling. "I see that the technique you have been using these days seems to be extremely inferior. Do you want to change it?" Yong Kai was startled, and he said happily, "Yes, yes, yes." Previously, he had thought about changing to a cultivation technique from the Snow Frost tribe. After all, his cultivation technique was taught by the village chief, so it could not be anything good. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the cultivation techniques of the people of the Snow Frost tribe were mostly ice-based, so it might not be suitable for him. Moreover, he did not want to get too entangled with the Snow Frost tribe, so he did not make any requests. In any case, his current cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. If his cultivation technique was inferior, then so be it. He might find a chance to change it in the future. Now that Green had said this, he was somewhat overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. After a pause, Yong Kai asked again, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with?" Although they had not interacted much, Yong Kai could tell that this elder in front of him was not someone who liked to give others benefits for no reason. He did things very clearly. If he wanted to live in a tree hole, he had to first water it with the monster beast's blood. When Yong Kai scratched his itch, he rewarded him with a green leaf. Perhaps it had something to do with him being the tree of protection. He protected the entire Snow Frost tribe. If he had to give everyone what they wanted, he would have been a lamp that had run out of oil long ago. Therefore, although he was happy, Yang Kai still asked vigilantly. Green smiled. There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. Tell me about it. Yang Kai waited solemnly. Green said, if I told you that my lifespan is coming to an end, what would you think? Yang Kai was startled, thinking that this topic had changed so quickly that his thoughts could not keep up. He looked at Green from head to toe, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Senior, stop fooling around. Green laughed and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said, you are a very strange person. I have lived for so many years, but I have only seen one person like you. Therefore, I have something that I want to entrust to you. What is it? Green did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled, but he knew that Green did not have any ill intentions, so he did not put up any defenses. When the finger touched his forehead, Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was dizzy for a moment, and mysterious words appeared in his mind. But in his current state, he could not see what those words were. His vision turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, Green's voice faintly sounded in his ears. Chapter 28-26. When Yang Kai woke up, he was no longer in the tree hole, but in the wilderness. The pain in his head still lingered, and Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although he had just reached the realm of wizard and opened his own divine sense, his foundation was far from comparable to that of a wizard. Qing's finger had shaken his divine sense. Obviously, an incomparably huge message had been transmitted which he couldn't bear at all, and fainted. Yang Kai didn't have the time to carefully investigate what message Qing had transmitted. When he turned his head and looked around, he met a pair of clear and bright eyes. After being stunned for a while, Yang Kai said, "Why are you here?" The petite girl shrugged her shoulders and said, "Grandpa Qing asked me to go out with you. He said that I have always lived in Snowfrost City and was too unfamiliar with the outside world. So this is what he entrusted." Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Qing had said that he had a small favor to ask of him, and that he had entrusted something to him. Now, it seemed that Qing wanted to entrust Dai to him. 16 years ago, Dai was abandoned under the evergreen god tree. It was Qing who raised her, but Dai was different from Qing. It was impossible for her to live in Snow Frost City all the time. However, Dai's identity was too sensitive. It was not necessarily safe for her to go out alone, and she might be targeted. However, it would be different if Yang Kai took care of her. Before he fainted, Qing's words also seemed to mention Dai. Thinking about this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Anyway, Dai was also a great wizard. She shouldn't be much inferior to him now. Even if he wanted to take care of her, he probably couldn't. Qing asked her to come out with him. He probably just wanted her to see more. "Where are we?" Yang Kai got up and looked around and asked blankly. Dai said, "Grandpa Qing sent us out with his avatar. This place is 500 miles away from Snow Frost City, east of the city." While speaking, Dai pointed to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw an evergreen tree as tall as a person standing on the side of the road. It exuded an aura of the same origin as Qing. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the evergreen tree with great interest. Butterfly said from the side, "Don't worry, the people of Snowfrost Tribe still don't know that you've left. They probably still think that you're still in the tree hole." "Senior Qing, that's a good move," Yang Kai praised. Butterfly smiled and said, "That's Grandpa Qing." Her words clearly showed her respect for Grandpa Qing. She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, "Where are we going?" "Let me take a look." As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the map given to him by the village chief. After looking at it for a while, he found his current location on the map. After comparing it to the map, he confirmed the direction of his journey. When they left the village in winter, he had told the village chief that he would return when spring came. Now that spring was not far away. He had already achieved his goal of going out to cultivate, so it was naturally time for him to return. Sangnan village was located in a remote area with few people. It was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be too late to explore this world when he regained his peak strength. Do you know how to fly? Yang Kai put away the map and glanced at Butterfly. Butterfly sneered and chanted an incantation. At the same time, a pair of colorful wings suddenly appeared on her back. The young girl seemed to have really transformed into a beautiful butterfly, dancing gracefully and gracefully. With a flap of her wings, Butterfly flew into the air and looked down at Yang Kai. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" Yang Kai put away the amazement in his eyes and his figure flickered as he led the way. This was Butterfly's first time leaving Snow Frost City, so she was very curious about the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around with a happy expression on her pretty face, as if everything in this world was new to her. However, she didn't disturb Yang Kai, and just enjoyed the scenery along the way, exclaiming from time to time. Yang Kai digested the information that Qing had instilled into him as they hurried along. At first, he thought it was just a cultivation technique, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became, because this information was not something that could be summarized by a cultivation technique. This huge amount of information almost contained the essence of Qing's life. Although Qing was a tree demon who guarded Snow Frost City all year round and never moved out, his lifespan was tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. In this long, flowing time, Great Emperor, the sea changed into mulberry fields, and only Qing stood tall. He had seen all kinds of people experience the changes of time and the surging of trends. The knowledge he had mastered was profound and vast. He had the epitome of the entire ancient era. The information that he instilled in Yang Kai was all of his knowledge and experience. Cultivation techniques and wizard skills were only secondary. The most important thing was the essence that had been precipitated from his endless lifespan. What the hell? Yang Kai didn't think that a small favor was enough for Qing to give him such a precious gift. It could be said that such a gift would move even the great emperors. It would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As long as he could digest this knowledge, Yang Kai's future cultivation would be smooth. Yang Kai was sure that this was the biggest benefit he had obtained from this trip to the secret realm. There was no other thing that could compare to it. It was also thanks to the village chief's tireless teaching that he was familiar with these ancient characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb this knowledge at all. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. If the village chief hadn't insisted, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have learned the ancient characters. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. He wished he could find a place to go into seclusion and digest the knowledge that Qing had instilled. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Moreover, he was just returning to Sangnan village. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fly, so it took him a long time. Now that he had flown all the way back, it took him less than 5 days to arrive at his destination. Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and couldn't help but feel like returning home with honor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Butterfly was also a little nervous. Will the people in your village hate me? Will they chase me away? Should I cast a transformation spell on myself? Outside the Snow Frost tribe, Butterfly couldn't show her burly man appearance without Qing's protection. However, as a great wizard, it wasn't difficult for her to master a transformation spell. With her cultivation, once she cast a wizard spell, no one in the village would be able to see through it. She chattered incessantly like an ugly daughter-in-law going to meet her in-laws. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly frowned and looked ahead. In the next moment, Yonkai's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed and left Butterfly behind. Hey! Butterfly didn't understand and shouted in annoyance. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Not far ahead, there was a place that looked like a village, but there was smoke everywhere. It wasn't time to start a fire to cook, so why was there so much smoke? Frowning, Butterfly had a bad premonition in her heart. Without saying a word, she increased her speed and chased after him. After a while, when Yongkai and Butterfly landed in the village, Butterfly turned her head and looked around. She sighed in her heart. This village had been attacked. The walls were in ruins, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Looking at the color of the blood, it should have been there for a few days. This kind of weak village was very easy to attack. In the entire barbarian race, who knew how many villages were exterminated because of this kind of thing every year, sighing, Butterfly said, "It's not a beast, it's a human." Although he didn't investigate carefully, this point was very obvious. There were no beast tracks on the ground, nor were there any signs of being bitten. It was obvious that this was not the work of a beast. Moreover, the battle should be over soon. The people who came were either in large numbers or very strong. The latter is more likely. Although Butterfly was inexperienced, as a barbarian from the floating tribe, tracking and counter-tracking were almost instinctive to her. Therefore, she was able to obtain a lot of information from the things left in the village. "Does your village have any enemies?" Butterfly asked. Yongkai shook his head. In an instant, his divine sense surged like a tide and crazily spread out in all directions. Feeling the strength and vigor of this divine sense, Butterfly's eyes were filled with shock. This divine sense seemed to be even stronger than her own. After a while, Yonkai's eyes turned cold, and he rushed in a certain direction. Butterfly didn't know what he was going to do, but she still followed him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pile of firewood. Kai Yong stretched out his hand to push aside the firewood, and accurately found a hole covered by a wooden plank. Lifting the plank, a few frightened and pale faces were immediately revealed. They were all children, about 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. After seeing Yonkai's face, the oldest barbarian child revealed a look of pleasant surprise and cried, "Brother Onyo, come out first." Yongkai stretched out his hand and said. The oldest barbarian child nodded and lifted his little friends one by one, handing them over to Yongkai. Not long after, the barbarian children were rescued, but because they had been frightened for a long time and had not eaten or drunk anything, they all appeared a little weak. What happened? Who attacked the village? Yongkai looked at the barbarian child and asked. The village chief said that those people were from the bone-eating tribe. The barbarian child bit his lip and said. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene from a few days ago, and his body couldn't help but tremble. What? The bone-eating tribe? Yonkai's expression changed drastically. Butterfly's expression also suddenly froze. The people of the various barbarian tribes had different temperaments because of where they lived and the cultivation methods they practiced. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe were extremely aggressive, while the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were gentle. But if one were to ask which tribe was the most bloody and cruel, the bone-eating tribe was the most recognized. This was because the people of this tribe, including the barbarians, could be used as food to fill their stomachs. In other words, they were a cannibalistic tribe. When there was no food, they would even kill each other to feed on their own people, let alone outsiders. Chapter 28-27. The other major barbarian tribes all kept a respectful distance from such a terrifying and savage tribe. Some people even felt that the bone-eating tribe was not a tribe of barbarians at all, but a group of uncivilized beasts. It would be best to wipe out this tribe. Unfortunately, the bone-eating tribe had a powerful wizard saint overseeing it. Unless the entire barbarian race gathered their strength, no one was willing to start a war with the bone-eating tribe. Moreover, the people of the bone-eating tribe were vengeful and not easy to provoke. It was easy to imagine the consequences of Songnan village being attacked by such an enemy. So many people have died. Brother Nyo, hurry and save the village chief and the others. The eldest barbarian child wept as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. It was as if to him, Yang Kai was omnipotent. How long has it been since this happened? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. 3 days. 3 days. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He turned to Butterfly and said, "Take good care of them." Butterfly grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't go looking for death." Yang Kai sneered. "It's still not certain who will live or die." Butterfly shook her head. "It's already been 3 days. You might not be able to catch up even if you chase after them now. If you're captured by the bone-eating tribe, there's only one outcome, becoming food. Perhaps the people in your village are already, then they'll have to pay the price." Yang Kai shook off her hand. With a single step, he flew into the air. Butterfly gazed at his back and sighed, slowly shaking her head. The barbarian children's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in surprise. The eldest barbarian child said with admiration, "Brother Anyo can fly." Sangnan village had nearly 300 villagers, regardless of gender or age. All of them were soldiers. The bone-eating tribe had definitely mobilized many people to capture such a large number of people. So the traces they left behind when they retreated were very obvious. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to follow the traces. The snow on the ground had melted, and it was time for all living things to come back to life. Perhaps the bone-eating tribe's winter grain reserves were about to run out, so they came out in search of food. Then they accidentally discovered the remote Songnan village. He had become the target of their attacks. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, although the bone-eating tribe had no taboos and would even eat their own clansmen, they were still humans. Thus, they preferred to eat fresh food. In other words, they would not kill all the captives at once. They would only kill their prey when necessary. This gave Yang Kai some time to save people. As long as he could intercept them or find their lair before the situation developed to the point of no return, everything would be fine. When the sky turned dark, Yang Kai came to a stone castle. The stone castle was built against the mountain. Behind it was a cliff that was as smooth as a mirror. It occupied a large area. Inside the stone castle, there were many tall and sturdy figures. The savage-looking barbarians walked back and forth with all kinds of weapons in their hands. With a green face and fangs, it looked no different from a malicious spirit. There seemed to be something hanging around the stone walls of the stone castle. Yang Kai looked at it with his eyes wide open. The things that were hanging upside down were all corpses. A rough count showed that there were at least 100 corpses. There were only 300 people in the entire Sangnan village, and there were already 100 corpses hanging here. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The chill he exuded was so thick that it was tangible. In the end, he was still a step too late. Yang Kai took a light breath and calmed his anger. He stood up from his hiding place and prepared to sneak into the stone castle under the cover of the night to wait for an opportunity to act. Although he had now become a wizard, and ordinary great wizards were no match for him, and logically speaking, there should not be a wizard king in this stone castle. However, it was always better to be careful. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something. He crouched down again, held his breath, and looked in another direction. There were rustling sounds, and there seemed to be some movement. Although it was faint, Yang Kai could hear it clearly. He quietly released his divine sense and scanned that direction. Yang Kai was surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai moved like a loach towards that direction. After a short while, there was a cry of alarm in the night. Who? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone covered it. Yang Kai put his hand on his mouth and shushed the barbarian warrior who was subdued by him. Don't be nervous. I am not an enemy. The barbarian warrior was horrified. Although the opponent only used one hand, he could not break free from the clamp, no matter how hard he tried. After several struggles, he only felt cold all over, and despair shrouded him. Under the moonlight, the barbarian warrior suddenly calmed down. He stared at Yang Kai with a shocked face and said, "Master Ox?" "Yes." Yang Kai was startled. "You know me?" While speaking, he let go of his hand. When he saw the tattoo on the barbarian's face, he suddenly said, "You are from the Raging Flame tribe?" The barbarian warrior was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, Master Ox, we met last time in the canyon." As soon as he mentioned the canyon, Yang Kai immediately understood. His eyes lit up. "Is you here?" "He is in front. I will take you there." "Good." Yang Kai nodded. Although he had noticed that there were many people gathered here, and he knew that they were not enemies, but he did not expect that they were old acquaintances. Fortunately, this barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe recognized him. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome to explain. Following behind the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe, he groped his way forward. There were constantly suspicious looks coming from all directions, as if they did not understand why there was suddenly another person. After a short while, the barbarian warrior came to the front and shouted in a low voice, "Master Ya, Master Ox is here." Ya's voice came from the front. "Master Ox? Which Master Ox?" As soon as his voice fell, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yang Kai squeezed out a smile and said, "Master Ya, we meet again." Ya was shocked and stared. "Wizard Ox, why are you here?" Last time in the canyon, this Wizard Ox had left a deep impression on Ya. It had only been one winter, so he naturally would not forget. Yang Kai said in a low voice, "It should be the same reason as you." He was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. "It seems that your village was attacked too." "Why were you attacked too?" You said with a sullen face, "I brought some people to look for food outside, but when I came back, the villagers were all taken away. I followed the traces and followed them here." "Then we have the same goal." Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. You was shocked and changed the topic. "You are alone?" "I am the only one left in the village who can fight." "Ooh." You showed a look of admiration. If he was the only one left in the village, you might not have the courage to follow all the way here. His opponent represented the cruel and bloody bone-eating tribe, so he might not be able to escape. "Come with me. I will take you to see the master," you said, waving at Yang Kai, then led the way in front with a crouch. Yang Kai was suspicious, not knowing who he was taking him to, but he could only follow. After a while, a low voice suddenly came from the front. "Ya, what are you doing here?" You replied respectfully, "Master Chi, a friend from the southern barbarian tribe, is here. His villagers were also taken away by False tribe." "Oh." The person called Chi was a little surprised and said, "Come here." You nodded, then signaled to Yang Kai and led him forward. In the dense grass, a man and a woman sat there cross-legged. Their breath was strong but did not leak out, as if they were one with nature. "Two great wizard." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The man should be Chi because he had the tattoo of the Raging Flame tribe on his face, and his breath was a little hot. Obviously, he practiced the fire wizard arts and wizard arts. As for the woman, although she had a big waist and a big body, she gave people a feeling of elegance and spirituality. This combination of temperament and body shape was very contradictory and funny. When Yang Kai came, the two people immediately looked at him with their sharp eyes with a look of scrutiny, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Songnan village wizard Nyo greets the two master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest. Chi nodded slightly and praised. Wizard, not bad. What wizard? He was startled, thinking, isn't this Wizard Nyo an upper-rank wizard apprentice? Did Master Chi make a mistake? What he did not know was that in just one winter, this Wizard Nyo had gone from an upper-rank wizard apprentice to a wizard. If he knew, he would probably cry out that the heavens were unfair. How can there be such a skinny tribesman? You're not from the floating tribe, are you? The woman frowned, not hiding her disgust for Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, you said, Wizard Nyo is not from the floating tribe. He's from the southern barbarian tribe. He's generous. How can those floating tribe bandits compare to him? He still remembered Yang Kai's kindness of giving him 100 beasts. That's for the best. The woman nodded slightly, obviously not doubting Ya's words. How should I address this master? Yang Kai looked at the woman and asked. She said, she's the bamboo master of the Raging Gale tribe. Ya said in a low voice, the bone-eating tribe has raided 3 villages this time. One is yours, one is mine, and the last is the Raging Gale tribes. I was the one who found Master Chi, and I happened to meet Bamboo Master, so we're all together now. There's strength in numbers. Yang Kai nodded and said, if I may ask, how are the 2 masters planning to move? Chi said, wait until dawn. Yang Kai said, dawn is the time when people are most relaxed. It is indeed the best time to move, but both masters are great wizard. Don't you have confidence in taking down the stone castle? Bamboo glanced at him and said, how much do you know about this stone castle? Yang Kai said, honestly, nothing. Before this, he did not even know that there was a bone-eating tribe here. Bamboo said, this stone castle is a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. There are about 700 to 800 people here, and there are about 20 wizards. The strongest of them is called Fault. He's a mid-rank great wizard. Yang Kai noticed that when Bamboo mentioned Fault, Chi's expression became wary. He clearly felt that he was not a match for the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. Chapter 28:28. With Fault's strength, even if Red and I join forces, we might not be his match. Bamboo explained calmly, not feeling ashamed of being weaker than others. Fortunately, our main goal is to save people. When the time comes, as long as Red and I hold him back, the rest of you can save your people. There's no need to fight to the death with him. After a pause, Bamboo continued, you're a wizard. You can help a lot in the battle. Since your people have been kidnapped, let's act together. Ya's expression shook as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. Wizard. Was he really a wizard? He thought that Master Red had made a mistake, but now that Bamboo Master said the same thing, there was only one possibility. The Wizard Bull was really a wizard. Yang Kai nodded and asked, the 2 Master are planning to attack at dawn, right? That's right. If that's the case, I might be able to help even more. Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Red raised his eyebrows and said, let's hear it. After a while, Ya and Yang Kai retreated. Ya was a little dazed, as if he had suffered a huge blow. After a long time, he said, Master Bull, be careful. Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. You too. As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a spell. When the wizard's power surged, his body seemed to turn into a whirlpool and absorb the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Ya, who was standing in front of him, was surprised to find that as the moonlight poured in, Yang Kai's body gradually became transparent and then disappeared. There was a rustling sound of footsteps coming closer and further away. You knew that the Wizard Bull should have left. However, When he saw with his own eyes that he could perform such a magical wizard spell, he was still amazed. That should be the legendary moon concealment spell of the Yuehua tribe. However, the Yuehua tribe had been wiped out thousands of years ago. The moon concealment spell should have been lost. Where did the wizard bull learn it? A small place like Tsangnan village couldn't possibly have such a profound wizard spell for him to learn. Yang Kai's moon concealment technique was naturally not learned from the village chief but from Blue. On the way back, Yang Kai had been digesting Cyan's knowledge. Therefore, he had learned quite a few wizard spells. At this moment, the long-lost moon concealment spell came in handy. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was almost invisible. Only those who were within a certain distance of him or scanned him with their divine sense could discover his whereabouts. He walked all the way to the front of the stone castle and quietly climbed up the stone wall, breaking into the stone castle. On the stone walls, the bone-eating tribe's archers patrolled the area with sentries every few steps. Clearly, they knew that they might be attacked after robbing the 3 villages. Although these archers did not have parapsychic sense, they were all very sensitive and had a natural sense of vigilance towards danger and anything suspicious. When Yang Kai jumped over the stone wall, he almost attracted the attention of a shooter. The shooter's gaze swept over to where Yang Kai was. Fortunately, this fellow did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have been exposed. After entering the stone castle, the smell of blood immediately filled his nose. It was clearly the smell of human blood. Yang Kai had seen over 100 corpses hanging on the stone walls. They belonged to 3 different tribes. Blood dripped to the ground, the sound making his hair stand on end. At this moment, the bone-eating tribe's people were feasting heartily in the stone castle. The aroma of meat filled the air. Yang Kai looked around. The bone-eating tribe's barbarians were currently chewing on some cooked meat. Much of the meat was clearly a part of a human's body. A normal person would probably lose their appetite at the sight of it, but the bone-eating tribe's barbarians were eating with relish. Even the children who had not grown up were like this. Often, for the sake of fighting over a piece of bone with meat, the children would wrestle with each other, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, the adult bone-eating tribe members would just watch from the side and laugh. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was an anomaly among the barbarians, a group of uncivilized beasts. Now that Yang Kai had seen it with his own eyes, he could only say that the rumors were true. Gently sucking in a breath, Yang Kai suppressed the irritation in his heart and began to search around the stone castle. According to his agreement with Qi and Zhu, he first had to find where the captives from the 3 villages were being held. At dawn, he would open the gates of the stone castle from the inside and create chaos. Then the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe would coordinate with him. At that time, he would release the captive warriors from the 3 tribes, which would definitely catch the bone-eating tribe off guard. There was a great wizard in the stone castle, and there were several wizards as well. Yang Kai could not be too presumptuous. He did not dare to use his divine sense to avoid alerting the enemy, so he could only search around bit by bit. Midnight passed. Yang Kai had practically searched the entire stone castle, but he still had not found where the captives were being held. 3 tribes, 3 villages, and at least 700 to 800 captives. With such a large number of captives, a small place would definitely not be able to hold them. However, Yang Kai did not find anything after searching around. In the end, he could only cast his gaze at the center of the stone castle. That was the core of the entire bone-eating tribe. There was a powerful and ferocious aura faintly emanating from it. It should be where the wizard lived. After a moment's thought, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and pierced into the ground. He retracted it as soon as he touched it. As expected, there was another world beneath the stone castle. Yang Kai could sense the aura of many living people hidden below. However, he did not investigate too carefully in case the wizard noticed. However, once he confirmed where the captives were being held, the rest was easy. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed where he was for a moment. After confirming that his probing had not alarmed the wizard, he flickered and hid in a hidden spot, quietly waiting for the right moment. The stone castle was bustling with noise and excitement. The bone-eating tribesmen, who had suffered through the winter, had reaped a bountiful harvest in the past few days. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Outside the stone castle, the Raging Flame tribe and the whole Gale tribe were lying in wait. They were like two venomous snakes, waiting for an opportunity to bare their fangs. As time passed, the hustle and bustle in the stone castle gradually subsided, replaced by thunderous snoring. Even the archers patrolling on the stone walls began to yawn. When the first light of dawn was about to arrive in the east, the world fell into its darkest hour. A human figure appeared from his hiding place and charged towards the entrance of the stone fort like a gust of wind. With a few muffled thuds, the heads of the few bone-eating tribe members guarding the entrance split open. Their brains splattered everywhere, and they died completely in their sleep. On the walls, the few archers who heard the commotion were shocked and turned to look down. All they saw was an unfamiliar figure standing on the ground and punching the stone gates. With a crash, the stone gates shattered. As the rocks flew everywhere, the earth began to tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The archers turned their heads in horror. Under the cover of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes that had been cast with bloodlust emitted a terrifying light. They were wrapped in an aura of death and swept over like a flood of fierce beasts. Enemy attack. Someone cried out in alarm. The whistle was like the wail of an alarm, jolting the sleeping bone-eating barbarians awake. At the same time, the archers on the walls knocked their arrows and fired. The barbarian archers were all master archers, so the bone-eating barbarians were naturally no exception. With a single volley of arrows, Tensum fell to the ground, dead. However, two figures flew out from behind the flood. Flames flickered in the hands of one of them. With a wave of his hand, two attacks that resembled fire dragons descended from the sky, incinerating a group of bone-eating tribe archers with a single movement of their heads and tails. The other person chanted, and a terrifying tornado immediately swept up from the stone walls. It was as sharp as a blade. All the bone-eating barbarians caught in the tornado had their tendons ripped apart and their bones dislocated. Their flesh and blood were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ghastly white skeletons. Qi and Zhu struck out at the same time, instantly eliminating the threat from the archers. Following closely behind the two great adepts were the adepts and adepts of the two tribes. There weren't many adepts, only 7 in total, but they were constantly chanting incantations as they ran, casting all sorts of spells on the warriors of the two tribes, making them faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Yang Kai turned around and hovered in the air. He stared coldly at the bone-eating barbarians who had rushed over from all directions. The bone-eating wizards in the crowd yelled at their clansmen, as if they were instructing them to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for instructions. Yang Kai was an obvious target, so the bone-eating barbarians could see him clearly. Before he could even get close, arrows whistled through the air in an attempt to knock him down. The wizard's shield lit up. Not a single arrow with the force of 1,000 kilograms was able to do anything to him. In the next moment, all sorts of strange wizard spells shot toward him. The wizard's shield remained standing. Ripples appeared on its surface, blocking all the attacks. The wizard in the crowd was stunned. The valiant bone-eating barbarians had already charged up to Yang Kai. Around a dozen vicious warriors leapt into the air, aimed their weapons at Yang Kai, and swung them down. Yong Kai extended a hand and grasped at the air. The myriad's sword appeared in his hand. With a casual wave of his hand, 100-meter-long beam of light seemed capable of shattering space, shining with resplendent light in the air. Whoosh! The dozen or so bone-eating warriors who had leapt into the air were cut in half at the waist. As they grunted, they fell to the ground. Their organs scattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. All the bone-eating barbarians stopped in their tracks. They all stared at Yong Kai in shock, as if they were looking at the most savage demon of all. The fearless bone-eating barbarians actually felt fear from this sword. How dare you act so impudently in this wizard's territory? You're looking to die. A furious roar rang out from the stone fortress. Soon after, a half-naked man with a vicious face flew out like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, he had already thrown a punch. Yong Kai's pupils constricted. He turned the myriad sword and held it horizontally to his side. With a boom, the myriad sword hummed. The blade of the sword bent, on the verge of shattering. Before Yong Kai could counterattack, two figures suddenly shot out from his left and right. It was Qi and Zhu who had joined forces to attack. The two great shamans from different tribes did not say a word and directly went to find the strongest Wu Yu. The sorcery that they had refined for many years instantly blossomed with a shocking radiance. Chapter 28-29. In a single moment, the three great wizards were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield rapidly rose until it was above the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Rumble, the 300 men from the Raging Flame tribe, and the Fierce Gale tribe had arrived as well. Wherever their iron hooves landed, the defense of the stone fort was in shambles. The nimble archers leaped onto the stone walls and drew their bows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was endless as they shot down one bone-eating tribe warrior after another. This sudden attack from both inside and outside had caught the bone-eating tribe off guard. These bone-eating tribesmen had only just woken up from their meal and sleep. They did not even have the time to react to their usual battle prowess. Several dozen of them died in a single moment. However, after a brief moment of shock, the savage and bloodthirsty bone-eating tribe finally returned to their senses. Nearly 20 wizards scattered across the tribe began to chant, casting various buff wizard spells on their tribesmen. The two groups of barbarians formed into several hundred groups and charged at each other. One side was fearless under the protection of their sharpshooters, while the other side was stimulated by the smell of blood. They roared and howled as they clashed together. The ground wailed in grief. The battlefield immediately became like a huge meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere as flesh and blood separated. Barbarians fell one after another. Yong Kai pulled his gaze away from the clouds and glanced at the chaotic and barbaric battle before him. He frowned slightly, and with a single movement, he appeared above the bone-eating tribesmen. The myriad sword thrummed, and a streak of light shot out from the tip of the sword. There was no disturbance at all. It was completely silent. There was a flash of light. A long empty space immediately appeared between the bone-eating clansmen gathered together. The bone-eating clansmen who were originally in this space were all reduced to dust and vanished. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The eyes of the bone-eating tribesmen were filled with fear, while the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe were overjoyed. No one had expected this seemingly frail fellow to be so powerful right off the bat. With a swish, a streak of blood-red light shot out from below. Turning into a blood snake, it opened its mouth and bit down on Yong Kai. This was the sorcery of the bone-eating tribe. It was mysterious and difficult to defend against. When the snake opened its mouth, a nauseating stench wafted out. Clearly, it was highly poisonous. If someone was bitten, they would not end up well. Yong-kai, however, didn't even look at them. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe, Yong-kai didn't even look at them. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood snake in his hand. With a squeeze, the blood snake turned into a pool of thick blood. It sprinkled down from the sky. Meanwhile, a wizard from the bone-eating tribe grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The blood snake was his trump card, a trump card that he had cultivated with his own blood essence. When it was broken by Yong-kai, he had already suffered quite a bit of backlash. Without a doubt, he was very experienced in battle. When he saw Yong-kai easily break through the blood snake, he knew that he was no match for this person. Thus, his figure blurred as he tried to hide in the crowd. Yong-kai threw out the myriad sword, which turned into a streak of light. After circling around the crowd, it pierced through the chest of this bone-eating shaman and came out from his back. It then returned to Yong-kai's hand with a twist. With a crash, 10 bone-eating tribesmen collapsed. As for the targeted sorcerers, they couldn't escape the same fate. The sorcerer's sorcerer shield was like paper in front of the myriad's sword, unable to provide any defense at all. The bone-eating tribesmen were truly shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they took a few steps back. Even their own adepts had been killed by him in an instant. Who else could stop him now? Only Master Yu had such a possibility. However, Master Yu had been pinned down by the enemy above the clouds. He could not do anything else. Roar! The warriors of the Raging Flame tribe roared. While the bone-eating tribesmen retreated in fear, they valiantly charged. When they clashed, the bone-eating tribesmen, who had the advantage in numbers, began to retreat in defeat. Yong-kai nodded at Fong, who was standing in the crowd. With a single step, he left the battlefield. Although the might of his 2 swords had given the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe a huge advantage, suppressing the bone-eating tribesmen's courage and confidence, they were still outnumbered. If the battle continued, they might not be able to maintain their advantage. He had a more important mission to accomplish. Thus, he quickly arrived at the stone fortress he had scouted earlier. The enemy attack had mobilized all the bone-eating tribesmen, so no one tried to stop him when he charged into the stone fortress. But in other words, even if someone tried to stop him, they would not be able to stop him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yong-kai quickly found an entrance to the underground. Opening the stone door, Yong-kai headed down. A pungent smell filled his nose, and he could vaguely make out the light of fire from the depths of the ground. Very soon, he entered a place that seemed like an underground prison. His footsteps alarmed the bone-eating tribesmen guarding the cage. A deep, muffled voice rang out from up ahead. "What's going on up there?" Yong-kai did not answer. He continued forward. "I'm asking you what's going on up there." The person did not seem to have a very good temper, so he could not help but bellow out. What answered him was a cold gleam in the darkness. Yong-kai brushed past him, and his head flew into the air. His burly body swayed a few times before collapsing on his back. Blood spurted from his neck, dyeing the ground red. This sudden turn of events caused the other bone-eating tribesmen guarding the prison to pale in fright. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the myriad sword had already flown out and reaped their lives like weeds. Withdrawing the myriad sword, Yong-kai looked around. He saw that the underground prison had been divided into over a dozen cells. Every cell was packed. Pairs of eyes stared at Yong-kai in shock and anticipation. "Anyo!" A familiar voice called out. Yong-kai turned his head and saw Ahu's face. "Big brother, Anyo?" "Big brother, Anyo is here. Anyo is here to save us." In the cells, the other villagers of Sangnan village began to shout. Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. Yang Kai walked forward and placed his hand on the cell door. Wizard energy surged, and with a sudden jolt, the sturdy cell door instantly shattered. The villagers of Songnan village swarmed out. There was no need to say anything else. They spread out and went to rescue the captives in the other cells. Yang Kai looked at them and found that apart from being a little weak, there were no other problems. However, he soon frowned and asked, "Where's the village chief?" He didn't see the figure of that benevolent old man here. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Songnan villagers around Yang Kai dimmed. Yang Kai looked at Ahu with a sharp gaze. Ahu lowered his head and said, "When those bastards brought us back, the village chief could not bear the torture and died on the way back." Yang Kai did not say a word, but his aura became bone-chilling. Ahu raised his head and said with bloodshot eyes, "Anyo, I want revenge. Revenge for the village chief." The villagers of Songnan village gritted their teeth and growled. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the burning flames of revenge in the eyes of the villagers. He nodded slightly. At this moment, the captives in the other cells were also rescued. One person from the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe walked out. They seemed to be their leaders. However, before they could speak, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Master Chi and Master Bamboo have brought people here. Right now, the people of your two tribes are fighting the bone-eating tribe. They need your strength. Master Chi is here. Master Bamboo is here too." When the people of the two tribes heard this, they were overjoyed. These two people were great wizard-level existences. With them here, the people of the two tribes were much more confident. Who take everyone and fight with them. Don't let anyone of the bone-eating tribe go. Yang Kai turned his head and ordered, "Okay, today we'll kill every last one of the bone-eating tribe. Kill every last one of them." Everyone shouted. Facing a common enemy, the several hundred people seemed to unite as one. Their combined aura soared into the sky. Yang Kai chanted an incantation. Exquisite wizard spells appeared in his hands one after another, transforming into a mysterious power that increased the strength of the three tribes. The several hundred people were shocked. This was especially so for Ahu and the others. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Even though Nyo was a wizard, they had never seen anyone use so many wizard spells on hundreds of people before. Moreover, they felt that the wizard spells that Nyo used were much more profound and effective than the ones that the village chief had given them. At the very least, the bloodlust spell gave them a different feeling. His originally weak body was now rolling with endless power. Even if a tiger or leopard stood in front of him, he would probably be able to tear them apart with his bare hands. Anyo, how strong was he now? The great battle was imminent. There was no time to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go." Ahu nodded at Yang Kai. Together with the leaders of the other two tribes, they led the several hundred tribesmen outside. Yang Kai stood where he was without moving. He gently closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged and expanded like a tide. He instantly locked onto the wizard Fault, who was fighting two people on the clouds by himself. The next moment, he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. His figure flickered, and he turned into a spinning top. Wherever the tip of his sword passed, the ground above his head would crack, revealing a deep passage. With a crash, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. His body was wrapped in sword light as he soared into the clouds. At the same time, the wizard Fault, who was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting two people by himself, and even had a slight advantage, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt an aura of death envelop him, causing his entire body to turn cold. Seeing that he was in a daze, Red, who had been targeted, quickly jumped away. He put on several layers of wizard spell shields on himself, but he was still drenched in cold sweat. That moment just now had been extremely dangerous. He had thought that even if he could not kill this wizard Fault, he could at least hold him back if he joined forces with Bamboo. As long as that wizard Nyo released his tribesmen who had been captured, they would be able to reverse their disadvantage in numbers. Then they would be able to retreat easily. This time, their main goal was to save people, not to fight to the death with the bone-eating tribe. However, after they actually fought, Red realized that his judgment was wrong. Chapter 28:30. Although Fault was indeed a medium great wizard, and was only one rank higher than him and Bamboo, this guy's strength was much higher than he had expected. Both of them were unable to gain any advantage over him, even after joining forces. His wizard artifact was a gourd that could pour out a sea of blood. The sea of blood was extremely corrosive. Both he and Bamboo were trapped in the sea of blood and could only unleash 80% of their strength. If not for that, the situation would not have been so difficult. Fault was obviously planning to split up and attack, using the power of the sea of blood to bind Bamboo, and then kill him. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already beaten to the point where he could not retaliate. If Fault had not taken the initiative to retreat, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Why did he retreat? Red did not know the reason, nor did he know if this was Fault's battle strategy, so he could only retreat to Bamboo's side and watch vigilantly. In the next moment, he understood why Fault had retreated. It was because a sensational and extremely sharp aura suddenly pierced through from below the sea of blood. Even if this aura was not directed at him, it made Red feel uneasy and his spirit waver. Fault, who was facing this aura, would not have it easy either. That was indeed the case. Fault, who had been acting as though he had nothing to worry about, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this moment. His expression was extremely nervous, and he kept chanting incantations. The sea of blood churned into waves and gathered at one point, turning into a whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool emitted a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and split seas. Chi sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with horror. It was not because of Fault's strength. He was only a great wizard. Even if a medium great wizard was one rank higher than him, how strong could he be? Fault's strength was built on that wizard artifact, the blood gourd. This was definitely not a wizard artifact that a great wizard could easily obtain. This should be a wizard artifact bestowed to him by the Wizard King or the Wizard Saint. Thinking of this, Red's heart sank. Before he could think further, that sharp aura had already collided with the sea of blood. In an instant, there was a sizzling sound, and streaks of sword aura appeared out of thin air. Wandering in the sea of blood, wherever the sword aura passed, blood mist would rise, and a lot of it would be destroyed. Red's eyes lit up. Although he did not know where this strong helper came from, he knew that this was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. He looked at Bamboo, and the two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Both of them chanted incantations, and the wizard artifact in their hands glowed as they attacked Fault. But when they made their move, more or less, it took away some of Fault's energy, causing the power he used to resist the sharp aura to become unstable. The blood-colored vortex suddenly became chaotic before it collapsed with a crash. A sword light tore through the air from within the vortex. Man and sword became one as they slashed towards Fault. The rain of arrows blocked the advance of the sword aura. Streaks of filthy blood tainted the sword aura, and the sword aura suddenly dimmed, revealing the figure of a person. With a cold snort, Yong Kai landed in the sea of blood. He looked at his surroundings in surprise. "It's you." Red looked at Yong Kai in shock. He could not believe that this strong helper who suddenly appeared was the wizard from the southern barbarian tribe. Is he still a wizard? How can he be so powerful? Even Bamboo's eyes were trembling, clearly unable to accept what she was seeing. Wizard. Fault frowned. He thought that the person who came was at least an upper-tier great wizard, but after taking a closer look, he realized that the other party was only a wizard. But soon, Fault revealed a look of realization. His gaze lingered on Myriad's sword for a moment. He could tell that the reason why this wizard was able to display strength that far exceeded his own was because of that sword. It was definitely a wizard artifact that not even a wizard king or a wizard saint could ignore. After figuring this out, Falk could not help but laugh. The most powerful thing about his sea of blood was its ability to corrode wizard artifacts. No matter how powerful a wizard artifact was, as long as it came into contact with blood, it would lose most of its spirituality. Using the power of a wizard artifact to fight him was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he could corrode the sword's spirituality, he could do whatever he wanted in this sea of blood. It did not matter if there were 2 or 3 enemies. He did not care. But the next moment, Fault's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. That was because Yong Kai only shook slightly, and the blood on Myriad's sword disappeared, revealing a bright and wide blade. There was no trace of corrosion at all. How was this possible? While he was in a daze, Yong Kai had turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on him again. Be careful! She was shocked. Although Yong Kai's stunning attack just now had shocked him, this guy was still just a wizard. How could there be a good end for him if he rushed towards the enemy so rashly? Fault laughed loudly and looked at Yong Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. He raised his hand, and the sea of blood separated. The tsunami-like blood came crashing down on Yong Kai, instantly making him disappear. Crimson's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of annoyance. He secretly scolded that southern barbarian shaman for not being able to do anything right. Fault's blood sea was already difficult to deal with, and now that it had corroded him, it would be even more powerful with his power replenishment. Retreat immediately. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when Fault reacted, neither he nor Bamboo would be able to escape. As for his tribesmen, he would let them escape as much as they could. In the current situation, he could not care about others. Thoughts flashed through Red's mind, but he did not take action. This was because he saw that there was something wrong with Fault's expression. Logically speaking, Fault should be happy that he had just gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked shocked. Could there be some changes? Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure broke through the air from the sea of blood. His beast's skin clothes had been completely corroded, revealing a body that was considered weak by the barbarians. However, that seemingly weak body was not injured at all. He moved like the wind and appeared in front of Fault in an instant. He raised his extremely wide and sharp sword high up and slashed down fiercely. That slash scared Fault out of his wits. He realized that although the slash seemed simple, he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he had been locked in place. In a hurry, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and forcefully twisted his body. With a soft sound, Fault's left arm was severed. It fell into the sea of blood and turned into pus in the blink of an eye, causing the sea of blood to churn even more violently. Fault took a few steps back and looked at Yong Kai in shock. He held his severed arm, and his mind was in a daze. He had no idea how his opponent had managed to survive the sea of blood that enveloped him, nor how he had managed to sever his arm. Just as he finished speaking, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was almost touching his face. Fault was frightened out of his wits. He quickly retreated. With a thought A blood-red vortex appeared under his feet. He fell straight down as if he was trying to hide himself. Right at this moment, the other party's right eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and a dignified vertical pupil that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. This pupil actually exuded a mysterious power that seemed to be able to affect one's soul, causing one's mind to become uneasy. That moment of hesitation caused Fault to slow down his escape. Yong Kai's myriad sword slashed down again, and Fault's right arm was sent flying. The intense pain caused Fault to snap back to his senses. He let out a scream and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately hid in the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Yong Kai shook his head with a vexed expression. Due to the laws of the ancient era and the suppression of this mystic realm, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Even using the demon eye of annihilation once was strenuous. However, with both his arms severed and Fault heavily injured, he probably would not dare to appear before him again. In the void, the sea of blood churned. Crimson and Bamboo were rooted to the spot as they stared at Yong Kai. Their minds were in a mess. Was what they saw real? The two of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyesight. A wizard managed to sever both of Fault's arms with just 2 swings of his sword. On the other hand, Fault did not seem to have any intention of dodging. He simply allowed himself to be injured like a fool. As grand sorcerers, the two of them couldn't understand this battle. However, the situation was not optimistic. Although Fault was heavily injured, he had successfully escaped into the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, he was truly like a fish in water. No one could guarantee when he would suddenly jump out and launch an attack. Just as they were thinking of this, Yong Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them. His cold eyes caused Crimson and Bamboo to shiver. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared. The shaman bull raised his hand, and a pitch-black crescent blade strangely appeared. It carried an aura of death as it slashed towards the two of them. The two of them did not doubt that if they were to take such an attack, they would definitely lose their lives on the spot. "What are you doing?" Bamboo was enraged. She thought that the wizard's mind had been tainted by the sea of blood and had attacked her own people. As she spoke, she joined forces with Crimson to cast a wizard's spell shield in front of them. However, the pitch-black crescent blade was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the wizard's spell shield and continued its attack. The two great wizards felt chills run down their spines as the aura of death enveloped them. At the critical moment of life and death, their minds went blank. The next moment, a cry of agony came from behind them. It was Fault's voice. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. They did not have the time to think about why they were not dead or injured. They quickly turned their heads and saw Fault's face filled with hatred and fear. His right leg had been severed, and his body was escaping into the sea of blood, disappearing in an instant. "His target is the two of you." Yong Kai's voice was heard. "Be careful." Crimson and Bamboo were ashamed when they heard that. Just now, when did you appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. If Yong Kai hadn't struck first, one of them would have been killed. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.